seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice, look at these eyes, they're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine, before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were fine. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they set for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find God. hundreds of miles away. I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? And before too long, I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh. I can't stop the rush, every note I touch. I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
everybody, and welcome in to the NECC Week 5 of League of Legends about to kick off. And Fish Chan and Soph Chan. Fish Chan, I already said it. Fish and Soph Chan.
Fish
It's already in my head. Fish and Soph Chan. Get ready to kick things off here. Emergence Great Lake. We've got Indiana University, Hoosiers Cream taking on University of Michigan, Flint-Maize. So should be a good game, and maybe a turning point for both these teams, Soph Chan, because so far nobody has had the start they wanted to have between these two teams, both sitting at 0-4. But you never know when one win might catapult you right into the end of your season, and maybe you make a run in the playoffs.
It's so true. So happy to be here once again, week 5 of NECC with you, Fish. And I agree. It's not just the point where we are in the emergence division. We know that things are a little more messy, a little like trying to understand how competitive works. So anything can really come into play. And I think draft is gonna really transpire that. On top of it, you mentioned being week 5. This is the moment where we're already past the mid stage. So really you gotta catapult things now, or else you're really not going to get much further into the playoffs later on in the season. So things are going to be super exciting today, because I feel like there are a couple of targeted bans, a couple of one tricks on both sides. So we'll see how things are going to go. Fish, do you have any expectations today? Because Emergence, it's a box of surprises.
Yeah, you really can't expect anything in Emergence. And the other thing, I mean, with both these teams off to rough starts, clearly whatever they did the last 4 weeks didn't work. So this is kind of the point where, as you said, we're past the halfway mark. Throw everything out. Just who knows? Like, maybe you pick a one trick. Maybe you pick something you've never played before, and you just have a good feeling. You've maybe messed around in the practice tool. Maybe you had one crazy solo queue game. I have no idea. But I like you said, I'm thinking maybe early invades from one of these teams. Maybe you just try and hard stack a certain lane. I think really expect the unexpected is going to be our motto today. This is what I'm expecting here between our two teams. And as they finish up the draft, I think we can take a look at our rosters here for our two fantastic teams here. Starting with the Indiana University Hoosiers Cream, we've got the introvert Rick Lambo, Red Garden, Never Rejoice, and Z3 Ketchup on the bottom side of the map. Again, this team 0-4, but they're hoping to turn things around here as they get ready to take on their opponent, Soph Chan, Michigan Flint.
Yeah, Michigan Flint is composed by Cold Inferno in the top lane with Popcorn. There you go. In the jungle, L23 Loki in the mid lane, Luna Mara as the bot laner, and Skota Kaun is the support. So both sides 0-4 with very distinct ranks all around for every player. We got 1 bronze, if I'm not mistaken. We got emeralds, we got platinums. Things are really, really varied here on NECC. And what matters is, have they learned, Fish? Have they gotten to a place where now week 5, they know how to communicate better and trying to really shrink the gap between gameplay and skill that every rank has got to prove?
No, totally agree with you. I mean, sometimes those ranks can be deceiving. I think you and I have seen firsthand on NECC, somebody who's incredibly skilled on solo queue doesn't have that same translation to get to team play, or on the other hand, somebody maybe a little lower ranked, maybe, hey, they just don't queue solo queue a lot and they absolutely pop off. So I'm excited to see. I think the other thing, of course, that we have to talk about is Worlds is going on right now, Soph Chan, and I'm curious if there'll be any influence from popular Worlds picks into this game where it's like, I see them play that at Worlds. I could do that in my game. I'm wondering if we'll see any of that here today.
I mean, that's what you want to see, right? Because Worlds is literally the epitome, the biggest and highest translation of whatever a competitive player wants to be and become in League of Legends. So it's kind of like, well, I might as well try this. If it works, you feel like that extra bit of confidence, the boost, and like, well, maybe I got a chance. Maybe I can really grow. So these things are super fun to watch, whether they do work or not, whether they do require being a super high level pro to make it work or not. It's definitely something that we're going to see on the screen soon as we have that draft going on. But I agree with you. I think we are going to see a lot that comes from what we've seen in Worlds, maybe some picks, and maybe some first pick priorities, as I am pretending that I haven't seen Lord Draft so far.
Yes, of course. If you haven't seen the NECC before, they do pro draft behind the scenes, so we will see the draft. They'll just draft in lane order. So obviously sometimes causes some confusion. Like, why is the top locked in? Is they're banning tops? But that is why by. We'll try and give the best information we can once certain picks do come through. But again, it is Emergence Great Lakes. It's Fish and Sofchan here for week 5 of the NECC. We're getting ready to kick things off. I do believe the draft is done, so just waiting for that to appear on our screen. I'm very excited. But I mean, you asked me, I said expect the unexpected, Sofchan. What are you looking for tonight? What are you looking for from our two teams here as we get ready for game 1?
I think one thing that really makes sense for lower levels and competitive and just like solo queue feels is people that end up going for solo picks in solo lanes. So top lane, mid lane, and jungle going for things that can carry by themselves, going for assassins or going for stuff that usually requires the high risk, high reward scenario where you either really get fed in the beginning and then just really stomp at the end of the game. We'll see if this is going to be the case as the draft is finally here on our screen. The bends coming through, starting out with the Callista on the side of... Well, who do we have on the
I believe it is Hoosiers Cream below me and then Flint-Maize below you.
There you go. And those both ADCs coming out in play for the first two bans with mid laners. Briar, top lane there, coming out as well. A Shaco, as we mentioned, really going for things that can flip the game on its head on their own. Assassins now out of the table.
And the Briar pick, obviously, kind of that first one that kind of stands out. I was wondering when we'd see Briar in the NECC. Hasn't had the biggest impact on the League of Legends stages. We do think Hoosiers Cream is actually drafting in the correct order, so that is not Isaiah top. I'm going to assume that is Isaiah AD carries. So they made a liar out of me, but is that Renekton top? Very, very strong top laner right now. I like the Fiddlesticks as well. I think the Fiddlesticks has a lot of interesting play. If Jarvan lands a Cataclysm and then Fiddlesticks jumps in on top, now Jarvan's trapped his whole team in the Fiddlesticks ult. So I really do like that sort of counter pick from Flint-Maize.
Oh, me too. I think it works out really well. At the same time, we see the Pantheon coming into play. So a couple of things could be going differently because they are now drafting in order. That would be a Pantheon mid lane. And okay, we have quite a lot of AD damage, quite a lot of split push potential, especially with the Renekton, especially with roaming and gank potential with Pantheon. There's a little bit of AP from the Fiddlesticks. So what are we going to see in the bot lane? Maybe we're going to see a Kai'Sa coming through. And considering there's a Xayah on the other side, it's very interesting that we haven't seen a Rakan ban so far. And the Aphelios is going to be the next pick confirmed here for the red side.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that red side let Rakan through. I'm going to be curious to see. That will, of course, be a Rumble top. As I said, looks like there's a bit of miscommunication. It's a Taric. Wait, bro. As you alluded to, they did first pick the Xayah, as you can see there. That was an actual first pick. But then you just don't pick Rakan? You don't pick maybe the best support AD carry duo together? I'm a little confused on why the Taric got picked there instead of the Rakan. That Rakan kind of felt free.
It does. It really does. But if we think about, for example, that matchup here with the team fight potential, Lissandra plus the Taric, I think it's nice because if you can time it well, which is definitely the key word here, we're talking about a little lower level into Emergence Division. So we need to see from the blue team, Lissandra using their Frozen Tomb well coordinated with the ulti on Taric, because if you end up getting it wrong, you might as well just miss the invulnerability while you're already invulnerable. There's also like potential for stopwatches, but if it does get placed really well, it could be a long time where you really stall the team fight while the Jarvan is engaging, going into the backline, where you have the Equalizer coming from Rumble and Xayah just really dealing damage in the backline. It could work super well. But on the other side, do you have any thoughts in particular? The Aphelios with the Braum sounds very legit in the bot lane.
Yeah, I think the big thing is going to be, as you said, timing. I think it's going to be making sure when they win a team fight, Aphelios has the proper guns. Usually red and white is what you're going to be looking for. Can you line that up so that you have the right guns when those team fights starts? I think the other thing that kind of goes to what you were talking about with the Taric that I think the other team has to be wary of is that Taric ult can completely shut down a Fiddlesticks ult if it's done properly. And Fiddlesticks will just be in there, the crows will be flying, and everyone will be immune, and you'll just kind of be a very sad scarecrow. So it's going to be very, very key of, can we force out the Taric ult before the Fiddlesticks ult comes out? Because I guarantee you that's what Taric is looking for. As soon as you see Fiddlesticks coming, start that ult. There is that sort of that cast time on the Taric ult. I think about 1.5 seconds. So That's what I'm
Yeah.
looking for. You said timing. I think the same thing. Fiddlesticks, can the rest of Flint-Maize blow the Terror Cult? Then Fiddlesticks could come in, absolutely clean up shop. But we could see some very, very sad Scarecrow moments where he's standing there, crows are flying, and the closer just, they're flying into glass walls because Tarek has made the entire team immune.
It's very true. And at the same time, there are a couple of things that UMF can use to try to bait out that timing on the Terry Cult you mentioned before the Scarecrow comes in, because you have Pantheon that tries to go in the back line. You have Renekton as well. If you can time it well with a good flank, then you could even see the Tarek using that ulti preemptively, and then you could waste the time, then go with your Crowstorm and get a lot of damage coming through, because it's one thing we mentioned, right? We have just one AP damage dealer on the side of UMF, and that might be a little harsh considering there's a Rumble and a Lissandra on the other side. Is it going to really shape the builds into the mid game? We'll see as we jump fish into the first game of our best of 3, IUC versus UMF on the Rift.
I was really expecting maybe a more aggressive start again. Both these teams come in at 0-4, so definitely they want to make an early mark in this best of 3. So a little bit shocked we didn't see anything more than we do see UMF. A little bit pushed up in that river, but I don't even think they got a ward down. They did get a ward. Great job by Cold Inferno on that blue buff of IUC. So they're going to have some decent tracking on Lambo as he goes to that second buff. I think that's a very interesting top lane matchup that we didn't get a touch on, Sofchan. Of course, Rumble's going to push lane really well with Flame Spitter, but the Renekton Q also kind of shoves right back, and I'm curious if one of those is going to maybe be a little bit more reserved, force their opponent to push in, and then you set up a really, really easy jungle gank as they're trying to go for CS on the wrong side of the lane.
I think we might see something as the sorts of 14 minutes, 15 minutes into game, a lane swap between Pantheon and Renekton, because we know how much the Renekton wants to heal up with their abilities. As soon as you have the mid game, the Liandry starting to pop up for Rumble, and that Equalizer dealing so much damage, so much burning damage, we might see that switcheroo in the mid game. And at the same time, it's very interesting what we can see in the mid game, in the mid lane as well, for the Pantheon and the Sandra matchup, because when he goes in for the stun, the Sandra can snare him back if she can time it really well. So maybe it could even be an interrupt. I don't know if that's a actual thing that does happen. But so far, early game, very calm, aside from UMF really being more aggressive with that vision, and as well with the positioning from their solo laners.
Ward has faded for UMF and Cold Inferno on that blue buff, so they don't have a great idea where Lambo is. We do see Introvert doing a great bit of damage there. He's going to land the slow. Second one's going to go out here as well. Gotta watch that heat if you're Introvert. Stun's going to land. Cold Inferno going to eat the ignite. Flashes away. The flash forward with the Flame Spitter, and it's first blood for Introvert, baiting in the Pantheon. And we're having alligator for dinner tonight if you're IUC.
Great job there by the Introvert, realizing that they had enough damage, even though there was a push forward there, having to use your ward for early vision in the bush. There was the stun coming out from Cold Inferno. That did not matter. They had more range. They had the ignite, which is definitely the biggest advantage that the Rumble is going to have in this early game against the Renekton. So it's funny to see that they decided to go for walking back to lane. Turns out Rumble didn't push as much as they could have really gotten to. So they went back walking, but mid lane, Garden is, oh man, dropping very low. Loki.
The Ignite's going to go out on a Garden. Loki might turn this. But oh, just a great auto attack from Red Garden. I think maybe Loki got a little bit too aggressive once that Ignite came out. Now that's 2 kills. Meanwhile, bot lane, you see Sokatan going to take a little bit of damage, but really right now, not a whole lot of action bot side, but a great start for IUC everywhere else in top and mid. 2 solo kills, exactly kind of what you want to see here, Sofchan. We do see this Fiddlesticks. It's going to make his way to top lane. Popcorn maybe looking for a gank here after that red buff, but maybe not. Going to have to go back to base and just look for somewhere else. And now actually going to get spotted out by the Jarvan, so UMF not really doing a whole lot with their jungler right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's unfortunately something that you need to see from a Fiddlesticks. You need to see them power farming. You need to see them scaling and leveling up, because before you had the level 6, Well, you're not doing much at all. But they are level 4, trying to see something here. There is vision from the side of IUC in the bot lane, so everything is very well scouted. They're not going to be caught up by surprise, which is something that UMF is trying to do, so wasting some time. Mid lane, Loki going in, but there's still so much that the Lissandra can do once they decide to retreat, because she's just going to keep on kiting forward. But this bot lane here still remains very advanced for IUC, and because you have so much vision and because you know the Fiddlesticks is so slow, you really can give yourself that lenience.
I think Loki has to be very careful. Red Garden has a slight EXP lead. If this Lissandra hits 6, it's just going to be game over. There's the glacial path forward. You do see Jarvan coming up as well on the map. Meanwhile, Introvert going to put some Flame Spitter damage onto Cold Inferno. But I think this is a solo kill the moment Red Garden levels up, if Lambo doesn't decide to just get involved anyway.
Yeah, no vision there, Fish, and they're just waiting for one false step to go flag and drag in that mid lane. We'll see if this is going to be a waste of time or not. There we go.
There's the flag and drag
nice.
with the flash. Loki able to flash away, though. Puts up the Aegis, and Red Garden just hit 6. They needed to wait like 10 more seconds, and that was a dead Pantheon.
Yeah, maybe it was a little preemptive, but bot lane going forward pretty aggressive. Popocon in the top lane too.
Doesn't have the Fiddlesticks ult quite yet. We do see both top leaders have it level 6 stun. Meanwhile, bot lane is going to land onto the Braum. Never Rejoice is out of mana, however. The Xayah has to basically use auto attack, see a couple of feathers down. 3 stacks concussive blow. 4th one's going to land onto Ketchup here. Very slow does this Taric. This might be enough with the white gun. Never Rejoice trying to run away. Stun will land onto the Braum. And unfortunately, the health bar is just too high to do land a root, but I think they'd be very careful with Never Rejoice not having that much mana, especially for the Featherstorm. And they're going to back off here.
Top lane still being very aggressive for the Introvert, and you would expect that. Bot lane, I love what we see from UMF. My god, they haven't reset. There it is, the Pantheon finally going back to the fountain. As they, well, they don't have TP, so they're going to be coming back to lane. Bot lane also reset, so it's the first one that we'll see for the AD carries. And Fish, one thing that I found very interesting about the performance there in the bot lane was how we saw the concussive blows being very well split out between Never Rejoice and Ketchup. By that, I mean they were really staying at the edge of the fight, so that couldn't be the final blow to stun with a concussive blast. Oh my god, goes in with the ulti just to clear out the wave as the Sunder can just use the glacial path away.
I was wondering if that's what we were going to see from Loki, because, of course, did not bring the teleport as you had mentioned, Sofchan, so that Grand Starfall has to be used really to just try and stay even in that lane. Of course, already down a kill, down 12 CS. Meanwhile, Cold Inferno going to go in, land the stun with the Slice and Dice, has the Dominus available. There is no equalizer. Dominus going to get popped, but you simply cannot get in range. Can the Renekton? Great use of the Flame Spreader and the Electric Harpoon there by the Introvert, and that's a wasted ultimate. Now, one more time, Cold Inferno going to go in. He overheated as well on the Rumble. Has to flash away. He has no defenses, but he lived.
Oh my, one flash was enough, but that was too close for comfort. Cold Inferno knows, especially now, even though they were one level behind, they really can do more. Bot lane going super aggressive. Luna Mara, they have all the wave shoved here, but the Fiddlesticks is on the other side of the map.
It's a dangerous game you're playing, Loki. You're waiting for that Frozen Tomb. Absolutely punish you. We have had an Ocean Dragon up for the last 3.5 minutes, but our 2 junglers have decided that objectives are optional tonight, at least in game 1. We might get a great gank here from Lambo. He's got the Cataclysm. There's the Dazzle as well. The double knock with the Flag Drag. The flash forward with the Featherstorm to land the root. Lunamara goes down. I think it's just a matter of time. That was a lot of damage going out randomly there. I think that was a visual bug.
Ooh.
As we get a double kill, a solo kill, and make it a 4th kill across the map for IUC. Only Fiddlesticks is left alive after IUC goes 4 in every single lane.
Full score lineup here for IUC as they have full priority for the first Drake of the game. As you mentioned, took a little bit for both of the teams to do it, but when IUC decided to really engage, they committed and they got 1 kill at least on every single lane at the very same minute. Very well done. Super great coordination, as it's difficult to expect from teams which have such different disparities in those ranks, but they're making it work, especially because they have the Jarvan, doesn't rely as much on scaling for those items, and having level 6, the Cataclysm, finishing it all off, great start.
Now you have to wonder, it's still early, it's only a 3k gold lead. Uh-oh, Cold Inferno gonna walk right in. Loki with the great bait, but he uses the shield. Is there gonna be enough damage? Pop-up Corn gonna be forced to get over the wall with the ult to secure the kill, but a great job at least for UMF to get on the board. A great little bait there by Cold Inferno, and they're still showing some hope here for UMF after a very dismal first 10 minutes.
It was an easy pick, I would say, because they had been doing that Herald for a while. Okay, yeah, they fall here in the mid lane, and Lambo being caught up between a rock and a hard place. Are they going to escape?
You get the flag and drag over the wall. You do see Loki coming over. Here comes Ketchup as well. Red Guardian goes over the wall, going to use the Frozen 2. Double Dazzle Stun's going to land as well, and Lunamara will go down, and unfortunately, the support will follow. 4-0 for Red X Garden already on this Lissandra. Absolutely a great start for the mid laner for IUC.
8-1 on the board, around 3,000 gold ahead that IUC has built for themselves thus far, especially taking out the first Drake as well. That is massive. We have a team with Jarvan, with Rumble, with Lissandra, and finally with the ADC there with the Xayah. A team that loves doing team fights, and they are coordinating for good roams all around the board, so they really can come up with those 3v3s, 4v4s anytime they want, because they really have advantage on it.
Now you can see Never Rejoice finishing that Kraken Slayer. It's just going to have so much more damage on the bottom side of the map. And what do you want to see from UMF? I mean, the game's not over by a long shot, Sofchamp, but I mean, the item disparity is already growing. The gold, as you mentioned, is now up to 3,000. I mean, what do you want to see from UMF to make sure they don't let this game just snowball out of control?
I would say they have so far had quite good vision all around. They have been placing good offensive wards, which helps them very much, but they really need to see one step ahead. So we saw a couple of those rotations being a little too slow from the side of UMF, so they were getting caught and really dying before any of the other teammates could arrive and help. So they have to be a little more proactive. They have to be a little more reactionary when they want to go for these kills. Oh, is it going to be a dive? No, it's not. Loki very close to that though, but Popcorn is there to try to kite it back. Still, well, we see Java and Lambo getting very comfortable on the enemy side of the jungle. So Fish, overall, UMF have to identify where can we be. You know, the Javan is in your enemy, is in your jungle, then try to invade the enemy jungle. Try to really track where you can be, so you are on the opposite side of the fight, because you're not going to win any of those skirmishes.
Not only that, when try and find a spot for this Herald that is already 3/4 of the way done and not been used yet, find a spot where you can get at least some place. That extra gold is going to help tremendously. Equalizer
Holy moly.
plus Ignite going to go down. Dominus should be enough to keep Cold Inferno alive. I do not think this Lizard is long for this world if they do not get this back off. Doesn't look like Introvert really has any interest in pushing for a tower dive, so a safe play there for... No, please, no. Renekton.
Oh my god, they stayed.
Renekton, no.
No ulti, they stayed. Oh my god, even the Comet is dealing so much damage. Confirmed the dive, but they have been stunned. They escaped, they forced a flash.
Meanwhile, mid lane, we do see Lambo able to just barely flag and drag a great Frozen Tomb, and here comes the bot lane. Dazzle is going to land onto the Pantheon. Never Rejoice going to find one. Will Loki get away? Featherstorm into the Reek. No, they didn't call the feathers back. Oh.
Wait, did they get just out of range or something? That was definitely something weird happening there, where they couldn't bring the feathers back. But that's what we mentioned, Fish, so far. IUC really being so fast on those responses, going out to the mid lane, going out to the bot lane, just really helping the rest of the team. There's a TP on the flanks, and Lunamara is definitely in trouble.
Here comes a Red Garden. There is no Frozen Tomb. Great flash from Lunamara, but the root is still going to land into a follow-up route. The Moonlight Vigil comes in, but it's not going to be enough, as Never Rejoice will not miss out on that one. and they will pick up their third kill. It is now 11-1 IUC, and this is where, if you're UMF, you've got to find ways to limit the amount of deaths you're giving over, because this game is starting to get away from you. The gold lead now up to 4,000. This is going to be a second dragon for IUC.
And it was such a good chain of CC as well, Fish. That was beautiful. You mentioned just there was no frozen tomb. Doesn't matter. You go in, you get the snare, you get some slow, you force out the flash, you use your Everfrost, then you get the flash forward with a stun coming out from Catch-Up that was so far behind with Never Rejoice that you just get enough of stalling for the Xayah to get the final blow. Popcorn going in the top lane.
Loki's there as well. We've seen this story before. Unfortunately, Loki doesn't know that they were sitting on top of a ward. We saw the equalizer go out, I guess, just to farm some minions. Don't know if maybe Introvert was trying to bait. So Loki and Popcorn are going to go down to the bottom side here, try and chase down Red Garden. This Lissandra just going to start spamming the ice shards. Meanwhile, they're going to get surrounded there.
Whoa!
Great Fear prevents the use of the Glacial Path. They're going to walk right into Lunamara. There is no flash available. Exhaust going to come down. Frozen Tomb used defensively. Never Rejoice is here. Unfortunately, Ketchup can't get in range. And that'll be a shutdown. A great roam from UMF to get a shutdown. A massive one. Onto the mid laner for IUC.
No, and Loki going into Introvert. Now, actually, Introvert going on to Loki as they're really burning them down. One last hit is not enough. And the Ignite is wasted by Loki as well, just pushing them back.
There's an Ignite up for Introvert, probably jamming the key, just barely missed out of range. We do see an objective bounty. We've all been there. You're spamming Ignite, you're like, I swear it went off. Maybe.
I was sure it was in range. Oh!
Great all here for Popcorn. Oh no, the Ignite went off! Oh,
The Ignite goes in! Why would you go there? Wow, they must have thought that it was on cooldown. That's why they went in, just to get the assist. But if you're a Pantheon, you can get the assist from afar. You have your Q. Very unfortunate for Loki as they do go down. Now totaling to 12 kills to 3 for IUC. UMF trying to get things under their grasp once again, but they have to be a little more conservative when they are alone in those lanes, because when they have the backup, they do well. But Fish, when they leave their players alone, we saw that happening with Cold Inferno, we saw that happening with Lunamara here in the bot lane. They have to be just a little more careful.
Yeah, they need to make sure, as you said, I think if they stay grouped up, I like their chances. As you pointed out, whenever they've been grouped, they've done well. I think this is stuff you want to avoid, not only solo play, but I don't think you want to leave your bot in a 2-on-2. Never Rejoice has the level advantage, but Lunamara has red plus white. Maybe that turns the tide. Meanwhile, top lane, the Rift Herald is being used there. Grand Fall going to be popped there by Loki, trying to pop on to Introvert. Introvert's going to get the first one, but immediately get taken down. The Jarvan wall will fall. A ton of damage going out, but a double knock-up with the Flag and Drag. Lambo going to get sniped by Loki. Now, Red Garden has to try and get away. This Lissandra, unfortunately, just kind of being held back by her cooldowns. Glacial Path to safety. But an overall 2-for-1, and UMF starting to close this gap here a little bit. You can see Lunamara.
All those weapons you mentioned.
Oh, the Braum ult missed. I think you just disengage here if you're UMF after that.
Yeah, you use your cooldowns. You're going to miss the opportunity with your weapons because you're going to need to farm this wave. But really, kudos to UMF on that fight there in the mid lane. Okay, you have the Everfrost hitting. Oh, wow. That was some damage.
I don't think Red Garden respected the empowered Pantheon Q execute. That was absolutely insane. As you said, the Glacial Path, the item used there. Hey, this is what you needed of UMF, right? You needed IUC to just get a little bit too cocky and start to throw away that gold lead. Now it's down to 2K. You've been able to pick up a couple of kills, got a couple of shutdowns. This is what you wanted to see if you're UMF.
And you're really shrinking the lead for gold. UMF now, as you said, just barely on the 2K mark. Things are looking much more dominant for the side of UMF because those mid-game fights can do really well for them. One thing that I was concerned is the lack of AP damage. So really, Popcorn has to make a difference. And this might be just the situation.
Lambo there as well. Gonna flag drag over the wall into the Cataclysm, but here comes the Fiddlesticks ult in return. Are we gonna see the Taric ult? We've been waiting for it. It is going to come out, but it does not land in time. It does get off for Ketchup to live, but a great teleport here from Cold Inferno means it's a double kill. Frozen Tube going to be used. A great feather recall from Never Rejoice. Absolutely shredding them. Meanwhile, mid lane, we do see Stopwatch going out. This could be a quad kill for Never Rejoice, and it will be. It looks so great. But the Taric ult kept Never Rejoice alive, and that Xayah now 7-0 has way too much damage when they're given that invulnerability that the Taric ult provides.
We talked about it in Draft Fish. We really did. The timing with the Taric ult could just be enough to get Never Rejoice in a good position to really take down a team fight. Quadra kill for IUC's ADC, as they really knew how to play it. Although the ult wasn't fast enough to get the save on the other teammates, it was just enough for the ADC. And being 7-0-1, that is totally fine. IUC getting themselves into the third Drake. It's a soul point for them, and it's going to be an infernal soul for this game, Fish. Maybe our curse for the Cloud Soul has been broken, because if IUC can get this one, things might just be escalating really quickly.
Infernal Soul on a 7-0 Xayah is problem territory for UMF, and we're starting to see where later in the game this Cold Inferno is going to take a ton of damage and already committed to Slice and Dice. This is once again roast gator for dinner for Introvert. But we're starting.
It's a barbecue.
Yeah, we've got helpings for everybody. Just go to Introvert's house. He's serving up Blizzard morning, day, and night up on that top side. Now 0-5. Meanwhile, Loki gonna commit on to Ketchup. Never Rejoice is there as well. Got to be very, very careful as Red Guard's going to come in. Ring of Frost going to go out. We do see the ult go down. And meanwhile, Introvert does get taken out. So at least Popcorn able to get some revenge. Flash forward by Red Garden. You see the Cataclysm gonna be flashed away by Lunamara. Should at least be a kill onto the Braum. So an overextension there from UMF. Going to hand a couple of kills right back to IUC.
They need to realize where they need to disengage from a fight. So, like we saw in the bottom lane, there was that try for Braum ult to a kill in the bot lane. Didn't work. Just retreat. It's fine. Wait for your cooldowns. Get the XP. Get the gold from the waves, because it's just so much better than give away any more gold, especially for that bit of a fed Xayah on the enemy team. So you got to be careful on when you commit to things, because UMF really have great potential on the team fights. But if IUC right now, especially for that Xayah, can melt down this Baron, things could get rough. Well, Fiddlesticks is on the other side of the rift.
Popcorn, as you said, actually in a battle here with Red Garden. Loki coming down here as well. Red Garden needs to be careful. I don't think this is there's also more reinforcements on the way. There's the notification. Baron has been slain. Frozen Tomb going to come out. Double root as well. Popcorn has to use the belt defensively. Loki coming down. You can see Braum on the other side. Red Guarding put it on a masterclass
in the world
play. A shutdown. No, Lunamara, we do not want to engage this. This is a very scary spot here. They are going to get their root. It looks like Lunamara just out of range. They do lose one, but what a play by Red Garden. There's some excellent kiting in what ended up being a 1v4.
And it would have been just a direct kill on Popcorn just from the very start of that fight. But because of the Proto Bell you mentioned there, the dash was enough to get them away from the Arcane Comet, because that rune was just really going to be the last hit on the Fiddlesticks, but it wasn't. So I was going to mention, it doesn't really matter that Alessandra is on the other side of the map. She does have to be, like, as a summoner spell. It was on cooldown, so it's no matter, because IUC was taking out the Baron. It was going to be a distraction. But then she not just distracted 2 people, turned it into 3 people, turned it into 4 people, but she killed 2 of them. She killed 2 of them, being alone, just in the kiting masterclass you mentioned, Fish. So things are looking so great for IUC now, where we saw UMF shrinking that gold lead to, or in this case, that gold deficit to 2k. Now we have increased that again, IUC on around 5,000 ahead, and getting into a soul point in 1 minute 30.
Loki gonna get knocked up, and here come the reinforcements. First time IUC usually found themselves really hit a 1v5. Do think there's a bit to question why we have all 5 players down on this side of the map, so Chanis. There's a Baron up on 4 of them. And the one thing I want to see from IUC, which this play is not helping with Dragon still a minute 15 away, they're not getting anything out of this Baron buff. If we had a Baron power play, the gold would be very minimal. There's no towers. Like, they need to start pushing with this gold lead.
Yeah, they didn't even get the steal on the jungle. You saw that Fiddlesticks guaranteed the blue buff. So, I agree. Definitely questionable. We mentioned 1 minute 30 for the final Drake Soul here. Point for IUC. They're not in the lanes. They're not buffing the minions. They're not splitting with Siege. I want to see what's going to happen. No Cataclysm for Lambo. So, whatever does go out in this next team fight is going to be a little more in the favor of UMF. So this could be the moment where they can finally deny something in regards to objectives, because so far things are really getting out of control. 3 Drakes, 3 towers, 1 Baron on the side of IUC. Oh, goes in Red Garden.
There's the Cosmic Radiance going to come down. It's going to land on Ketchup and Red Guardian. Grand Starfall on the backside. Can anyone get to Never Rejoice is the question. Loki being burned alive by the Flameslayers. Lunamara is going to pick up 1, but no one is on the Zaya. The Zaya is simply free hitting. Finally, somebody chases him down, but it's an ace. You've got to go after the AD carry, Sofchan. Nobody looked in Zaya's direction.
They did not. 9-0-4 Fish as they are going for the mid lane, taking down tier 2. IUC could even solo this Drake. We gotta be careful. 20 seconds for Pop-Up Gorn to come back. I think it's still going to be enough. They really have enough damage to just melt down this objective. Look at them go. This Zaya is just so bad. They have Navori's, they have the Kraken's Lair, they have the next item. Almost finished as well with the Vampiric Scepter as well. So anything and anyone that really goes next to them, got Taric healing, got Vampiric Scepter healing, everything looking good for IUC, because UMF haven't found any way of reaching the enemy backline.
That last fight, I mean, it was a perfect fight, it felt like, for UMF. I thought the Cosmic Radiance being used on Lissandra, maybe a bit of a misplay. You still have the Frozen Tomb. I mean, you talked about that in the draft breakdown, where that timing needs to be perfect, and it felt like a little bit of an overcommittal. You don't get the Zaya with the immunity completely open to a Crow Storm, to a stun from Cold Inferno. But nobody even looked Never Rejoice's way. They have to. If they don't rejoice over that, I don't know what will make them rejoice. If you're an AD carry who's fed and the enemy team isn't even looking at you, like, that is a dream come true.
It really is. So after we saw IUC of really just wasting that Baron buff power play, they at least got something going on. It was a little bit of a scuffle on the beginning of that team fight with the Glacial Path over the wall, using that Radiance for just Alessandra alone. But then, well, that power has been so great in regards to damage that even though most of those cooldowns were not on the table, UMF couldn't reach the backline. And to be fair, I think they still can do it. They have the Proto Belt for Pop-Up Gorn. There's a Rabadon for themselves as well. Going into a ultimate into the backline can work if you get a good setup for a flank. And that's not that difficult. Get the vision out, get the Fog of War into your advantage, and then things could really start coming back up for UMF in this game.
The other thing, I mean, we were talking about it for IUC before that last team fight, and I think it still applies. Where is the pressure? This is a 6,000 gold lead, and we have 4 towers down. We have only the mid tier 2. We're not pushing lanes. This is just almost a recipe for disaster, Sofchan, because you're not getting objectives on the map that could help you win. It's kind of like IUC. It's just like, we'll wait for Baron to spawn, and we'll take Baron, then we'll wait for Elder to spawn, and then maybe we'll push, and that's just asking for more gold to get picked up by UMF, potentially a steal onto a Baron or an Elder Dragon. I think they need to start looking to finish this game and not set up over an objective that they really don't need at this point.
Yeah, agreed, especially when we saw them utilizing the Baron buff very little. All going on here, and the Cataclysm connects.
And the Equalizer as well. Popcorn is simply going to go down. Grand Starfall way too late from Loki. And this might be the last stand for UMF. We do see a great Frozen Tomb onto the Braum on the other side as well. Lunamara just going to be forced to run away, throw out a Q. They will pick up this Baron. 3 kills as well. And you still have to wonder, at some point, IUC has to stop winning team fights and start actually destroying the enemy Nexus.
Yeah, we're getting to 30 minutes. Let's see what they're going to do with this next Baron buff, because it is them confirmed IUC the second Baron of the game. So I hope to see a good division of efforts into your top lane. You have Rumble there, I like it. You have Lissandra in the mid lane, I like it. Get someone in the bottom side. Actually, I would prefer to see Lissandra in the bot lane and the bottom laners in the mid lane. So you have the TP available for the Lissandra whenever it comes up, and she can reposition much better than the Xayah can, especially with her mobility as a Lissandra herself. So that could be a good position for them. They decide to go for a 3-stack here in the mid lane with just the Rumble on the top side. We'll see if they can actually finish out the siege, but instead they are really not pushing that much of that lead. And what is Javan doing? Lambo, what are you doing? Are you just having a stroll in the park? What is it?
We're padding the gold stats at this point. Maybe gonna find a pick here on the popcorn. But no, you're totally right. This is like classic 1-3-1 territory. Rumble top side, Lissandra bot, and then your ADC support and jungler in the mid. Why are we taking blue
finally.
buff? Why are we taking blue buff?
Yeah, like why do we have these two? Like, why is the Taric with Jarvan? Doesn't make sense. Protect the Xayah. That's the only thing you want. Look how absolutely clean is the clear up for Never Rejoice in the mid lane. Everything they want to be in regards to pushing lanes, they can do it. Even though Lissandra is dealing massive damage, Lambo taking massive damage there in the jungle, but Popcorn can't finish anyone off. They are going about it. They are finally going about it. It's open T2 on mid and top lane, but still really going on turtle steps.
I mean, I'd even be happy if we just 5-shove tops, get some super minions going. Super minions start shoving as the Elder Dragon spawns. As we do see, here comes the Crowstorm, the last-ditch effort for UMM. We see the Grand Starfall as well, and the Introvert gonna try and throw out a huge equalizer, but gonna get taken out. The Cataclysm goes down. But keep your eye on Never Rejoice. Full HP. Gonna get flanked here. Cold Inferno, and never mind, he stops. He gets frozen. He turns into a cold crocodile as he goes down as well. And I think this should just about do it. The ace with the Baron. This should be enough for game for IUC.
Gold Inferno's Renekton was really putting a freezer. IUC with Baron buff, destroying the base Nexus turrets are going to be next. And finally, they wrap it up after 30 minutes of pure dominance, Fish.
Great job by IUC, right? This is going to end up as a 13k gold lead. I mean, there was that moment where their gold lead shrunk down to 2k. Thought UMF was making some great plays, but really at the end of the day, it came back to the fact that Never Rejoice just simply got too far ahead. And I wish we had the technology, because I really think I could count on my hands the amount of damage Xayah took in team fights. It was that little, like maybe 5.
Yeah.
Like, you're an 80 carry player, Soph Chin. You know,
yes,
as best as anyone.
That is like the ultimate, like top of the hill, everything you aspire to have in Summoner's Rift. Especially with a Taric by your side, you're like, yo, you don't have your ultimate? That's fine. We don't have any threat to our backline anyway. Oh, that was really, really unfortunate for UMF, because they had ways to access the backline. They had the Fiddlesticks, they had the Renekton, they had the Pantheon, for God's sake. But they really couldn't reach the backline at all, which is, I would say, lack in communication. Really say, well, this is the moment where you go in. This is the moment where we try to lure attention to this side and you get a flank. Or you just get the ulti just on top of everyone. It didn't happen any time. And IUC, who were really building and building and building, they got to a point where they could have taken the game at 20 minutes. Didn't. So UMF had the place to come back that they couldn't connect it thus far. So getting into the second game, if UMF can get some lead in that regard, maybe going to the blue side, having that first pick advantage, things could get a little different, because I see a lot of potential.
Yeah, I think probably banning the Xayah going to be the first part, because Xayah, one of the more mobile 80 carries. Of course, I think they use the Featherstorm aggressively every time anyway, but you have that Featherstorm if they needed it. So probably take away the Xayah. I don't think that the Taric was okay, but they just need to find, as you said, ways to get onto Xayah, and I think maybe they win that. Maybe that mid lane matchup as well. That was pretty one-sided for Red Garden, but we will take a break. And we'll see what happens, Sofshan. We've given our advice. Will they listen is the question. We'll be back, NECC Week 5 with more League of Legends action up. Coming up right after this.
Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I left that you were fine. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like.
night. I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me.
Welcome back to the NECC Week 5 League of Legends. Fish and Soph-Chan here, getting ready for Game 2, Soph-Chan, between IUC and UMF after a dominant IUC victory in game number 1.
Yeah, we saw the team really performing well in the mid game. Neither of the teams was really like, oh, super aggressive in the early game. There was some good plays by IUC in the beginning of the game, and considering the enemy was a Fiddlesticks, you wouldn't expect anything to be aggressive at all in the early game anyway for UMF. So I think both teams had a more calm, rather cold start, and then the mid game really dominated by IUC, especially in regards to those objectives, taking out all of the Drakes plus 2 Barons. That is not a small feat.
Yeah, no, very rarely do you see the 6-0 objective sweep in NECC as we saw in that game. And I think, as you said, the Fiddlesticks going to start a little bit slower, needs to farm up. I think We talked about some of the problems. I think the Zaya definitely something that I think needs to be kept in mind for UMF. The other one that we didn't really touch on was I really just think the other thing they need to fix in the mid lane. I'm okay if Lissandra gets through in this draft, but I don't think you can pick the Pantheon into Lissandra. I think that matchup was just heavily dominated. Range versus melee always goes in Range's favor. If Loki could pick something even neutral into whatever Red X Garden picks, I think that will help a lot. That lane felt like a lost cause from like level 3 when Red X Garden got a solo kill.
It really did, and it wasn't just the mid lane because of that scenario you mentioned for range versus melee. We also had the top lane being heavily dominated by Rumble versus Renekton, which is also like the cut healing, the range, the poke. And we also had a lot of help from Jarvan because the Jarvan, of course, is going to have much more presence in the early game compared to the Fiddlesticks. Things just felt that UMF were like, okay, there's nothing we can grasp on. There's nothing we can really, really grasp on. And even though that was the case, they really got the 4K lead of IUC, there you go, back from 4 to 2K. So things can really be remedied from the side of UMF. Then when really it goes for 4, 6, and up to 10K, it really turns into a lost cause. So whenever we do have the drafts coming through, that's going to be super exciting to watch. I agree with you. The Zaya has to be out of the table. It was, after all, the most dominant. I think they finished like around perfect ADA, by the way, but around like 10 or 11 kills, 0 deaths, and like a ton of assists as well.
Yeah.
I would be disappointed if UMF chose something else to focus for bans. You know, who am I? I'm just a honest, humble commentator.
I did think the other thing that, and this was maybe the biggest mistake I thought IUC made is, while the Tarek was good, and I saw the Tarek thought process, if the same pick order starts to come through, what if they get Zaya Rakan, which is even scarier than Zaya Tarek? That's the other thing. Like, take at least one of them off. We are going to see at least the same 2 first bans, the Callista and the Jhin, being taken away. Potentially Lunamara just doesn't want to play against the Jhin. There's that Briar once again. I think IUC has the right idea. Nothing went wrong for them. Just ban the same 3 things. I like the Rumble takeaway. Great job. I think that was one where Cold Inferno, he was a hot lizard because he was being burned alive on repeat every like 3.5 minutes. So I like that. Zaya. This has got to be Zaya. This has got to be Zaya.
It's gotta be Zaya.
This has to be Zaya.
It has to be Zaya last ban. Okay. All right. We are making some suspense, but as you know, the picks are going to be top to bottom here, so they're not in the actual order that they were picked. So we can let you know that the Zaya was the first pick for IUC.
Yeah.
Because why would you not? So at least we know that they have consistency. And not just with the fact that the Rakan just matches with the Zaya because they are made for each other, not ironically, we know that if there is a Jarvan, as it is the case, the Rakan is just really dodging the abilities. They can go in, they can leave the Cataclysm, they can just be in premium spot every single time because of that amount of mobility. But we see already some things differing on the table. IUC goes for the K'Sante in the top lane, whereas on the other side, the Renekton remains, but jungle goes to Lilia and a Galio mid.
I like the Galio mid. Again, I think that kind of hits that spot, something that goes neutral against Red Garden. I think you keep that global map presence with the Galio ult that you kind of had with that Pantheon ult. So I like that, but I think this matchup just feels so much better for Loki. And the bot lane, Lunamara is going to run it back. Never Rejoice is going to run it back. And I think this time, there's no reason. Yeah, you just lock in the Rakan. I mean, even the splash arts go together, as you said. I think that's the one concern. I love the Rel pick. I love what UMF did, Sofchan. But then I look right below me and I see Zaya Rakan and I say, no, no, no. How did you let that happen of all things?
Yeah, and it's not just because Zaya Rakan are good together. It's because of how great Never Rejoice was in the previous game. So having a support that even melds better with that champion, okay, you gotta be scared. But as you said, UMF has a composition now that feels much more solid. I like the Lilia, so it's a team that goes for junglers that are AP Fiddlesticks before, Lilia now. Lilia is not going to heavily rely on that level 6 because she has better clear in the early game for that jungle. Neutral matchup for Lissandra versus Galio and the Rel. I am totally on board with you. The Rel, I think, is a great addition. Having her instead of the Braum, you have more mobility. You have an engage that's going to be a little more straightforward. So when you have the Glacial Fissure, sometimes it can hit, but sometimes it just feels like it doesn't have enough range. Although Rel has even less range than that Glacial Fissure, she really gets into the backline. She goes in, she can flash, she dashes forward, she gets the stun. She's very good with those skirmishes. So setting things up, especially with the hero's entrance from Galio and the little sleepy time from Lilia, you really can get things going for a good mid game for UMF. But we saw them having a good composition for mid game that fell a little short. They really need to execute this well now, Fish, because it could be final game of the series.
Yeah, it's already 1-0 for IUC in this best of 3, and I agree with everything you said. I think you made an excellent point. The combo is there, right? The Rel, then the Galio can come in with the hero's entrance on the Rel after the Magnet Storm, or you hero's entrance on the Lilia as she's trying to set up a massive sleep. The problem is, that's probably going to hit Lissandra, maybe Jarvan, maybe Cassante. How do we get to Xayah with that comp for UMF? That is my biggest concern. Is Rel going to have to flash Magnet Storm? Is then the Galio comes in? Are you going to have to maybe land a Squirrel Seed to start off and get that CC early? That's the only thing about that comp for UMF that I love everything. That's a great wombo. But we saw that last time. They had a great wombo, and then Never Rejoice literally is not taking damage on the other side of the team fight, throwing out feathers. So that's my one concern. Somebody has got to find a way out to Never Rejoice, or UMF, it's going to look like deja vu for them in game 2, I think.
And to be fair, when we look at IUC as well, it's like just at the drawing board, just hypothetically, just with meta and macro in play. When we look at this team, we know that everyone wants to leave the Xayah. Flag and Drag, forward. Glacial Path, forward. Rakan, Hero's Entrance, forward. The Cassante, pushing people away. So everything pushes people away from Xayah in a way that teammates are not going to be close to the Xayah. Whereas the Taric in the previous game was just like, I stick with the Xayah. I never leave because I don't have to leave to engage because he's going to peel. So maybe this is the one thing that UMF could really get on top of because of the potential of openings for flanks when you see the Xayah get isolated. You don't have immunity with Taric anymore. So you really can go onto the Xayah easier this way. But it heavily relies on having better communication and read of the map, because we know they really have good vision. The vision is there, the wards are there, but they are not really executing on top of the information that they're really gathering. So if we see them really taking advantage of those openings, things could really get us to a game 3.
And that's the other thing that they did, not only the vision, but UMF succeeded when they roamed together, right? Send 3 players top lane, get a solo kill. Have 3 players go mid, force out a flash, then you end up catching, I think, the support in that Dragon Pit, or maybe it was Jarvan in that Dragon Pit trying to set up for Dragon. Roaming together is going to be the other thing. Take those numbers advantages. And I think you made a good point. Not only does everyone want to get away from the Xayah, the other thing, which, again, I think both of you and I agreed it probably should have been Rakan in game 1, but the dazzles from the Taric were so strong. You try and chase down the Xayah, throws out the dazzle, the Xayah just lines it up, gets the stun. So I think you're right. I do think there's a lot less protect the Xayah. But I'm still worried that we're going to say, all right, here's that big wombo. We hit it on a Jarvan. We hit Cassante. And then Xayah's like, no one is in my vicinity. There is still no one next to me. And then I'm going to root you. But it's game 2, Soph Chan. And we'll see if UMF can force us to a game 3 or if IUC can pick up their first win of the season in a 2-0 sweep.
Hoosiers Scream back again on the blue side and UMF on the red. So choosing the red side once again, they knew they were going to have the counter picks. For being red side, they went for a different composition, but with similar ideas. A mid laner that can stand the front line like the Pantheon can, but can get into the back line. A Lilia that is a jungler with AP damage, leaving it again with an Aphelios. So called Infernal.
Should be fine. Little risky there.
I was actually worried about it, but maybe IUC was just like, that's not worth our time. Let's best just reposition for the first buffs of the game because Jarvan was getting the red buff initially. So back they are. No aggressive wards from either side. It was definitely the idea from Cold Inferno. We saw Cold Inferno getting a good aggressive ward in the previous game. So IUC had Cassante in a good front line there to protect. And it worked out so well. None of the teams have any vision. But I would say that UMF would have a little more knowledge considering they saw Jarvan going to the opposite side of the map.
This top and mid lane, I think, are the two lanes to watch. I feel like not to speak for you, Sopchin, but I think we're both in agreement. The matchups are better for UMF. They shouldn't throw away early solo kills as easily with these matchups, I think.
I agree. I am definitely on board. We have good synergy that way after, 3 seasons of NECC. Bot lane getting aggressive, but nobody really commits to anything, of course. Neither of them have level 2. Now they do.
That's the red for Lunamara, able to put out a decent bit of damage, and I do think that Taric pick, they landed a lot of Dazzle. I don't think Ketchup needs to, I think we maybe understand how well Ketchup played that Taric pick, but that Rakan, just the passive healing, once they get level 6, the quickening to get that CC as well. But you look across the map, and this is what I like to see. Cold Inferno, still at about 80%. Loki, still at about 75%. This time last game, they were at 50% and in very critical danger as the knockup is going to land. But I think this is such a better start. We might get a little jungle action here topside with both of them finishing off their second buffs.
Yeah, we really should. Decision here on the bottom side, especially with fleet footwork for Aphelios to push in the wave, and Lilia going to the south side.
Swirling Seed is going to come in. Introvert going to try and create some distance. Flash forward. There's the W as well. And unfortunately, Jarvan decided to do a 6-camp start. So Introvert forced all the way back, forced to flash away. But ends up surviving. The tankiness of the Cassante there, as we do see Taunt is going to land onto Red Garden. And this time Loki sustaining, but interesting that maybe Lambo had a lot of faith in his top laner, said you could sustain, you don't need to worry about it, because they left that Cassante on an island for a really, really long time.
Yeah, they sure did, and considering Cassante was pushing out forward as much as they did, mid lane, you guys stun again. Loki, a lot of damage raining in, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Oh, wow. Red actually got them very low. Top lane, another gank.
Oh, here comes the Swirl Seed. It lands once again. Here, looking for the to watch out, but it gets knocked away.
Whoa.
Great disruption.
No way.
Shot. They at least trade, and I think Jarvan's coming up, but not able to get in range, it looks like. That was Introvert couldn't have played that any better.
Yeah, agreed. So close there we got, as we saw the advantage for Lilia being much more proactive than a Fiddlesticks can be in this game. So Popcorn doing super good on it. Great opening. You get the flash wasted. Bot lane always super aggressive, but top lane is the focus for both junglers thus far. You had the TP used by Introvert. Flash was always also burned, but the fact that they guaranteed a 1-for-1 in that trade, I still can't really understand. I know it did happen. I know how it happened, but I didn't think it was going to. And with that pushback guaranteeing the tower aggro onto Cold Inferno, 1-for-1 is what you want in this early game.
Ooh, Root does land on to Never Rejoice. Lunamara gonna dodge a couple of feathers. Crashdown comes here as well from the Rel. Gonna get rooted up, and here comes the Jarvan. The flash immediately coming out from the support for UMF, not wanting to deal with it. Didn't even know Jarvan is there. There is no vision in that river. Just a lucky flash away to survive, and we'll see if they get a re-engage. Meanwhile, Justice Punch is going to land, but the taunt misses. The Shield of Durand canceled too early. Could have been a near kill there for Loki in that mid lane.
Very close indeed, and a lot of time being used by Jarvan here in this bot lane. No vision, as you said, but is UMF going to commit to it? No things in the map, as the mid lane was the biggest of threats. Red Garden and Loki, but Cold Inferno, when did this happen? A kill for the Introvert in a 1v1, getting them up to 2-1.
Ooh, the knockup is going to land. Crash down used to create space. Lambo looking for the flash, but the flag and drag doesn't find the knockup, but still able to get that empowered auto off and take down the rail. Swirl Seed comes down the lane. And this top lane kill happened. I mean, you pointed this out in game number 1 when you saw it, Sofchan. Cold Inferno didn't teleport back in game 1 when he got first blooded. Didn't teleport back in game 2 when he died in that 1-for-1. He was 2 levels down and just kind of got stat checked by Introvert there on that topside kill.
Yeah, they did. As soon as you get the level 6, it's a power spike you're always going to take advantage of, especially in solo lanes, Fish. So very nicely done by IUC. Good engage there on the bottom side as well. It was potentially a setup for Drake, but then Lambo said, no, we are going to go for a kill instead. They take down that bottom lane. The support goes down. 1 kill gets an advantage for the IUC bot lane to control the wave. As we can see there, they are slowly pushing that lane. So whenever Jarvan is back, they can have priority for Drake.
One thing that we still haven't seen that I think is the combo that at least I was looking forward to is the Swirl Seed just ends up clipping there.
No.
Is that Hero's entrance from Loki. Haven't seen it yet. You are going to see Popcorn walk on top of a ward. Not quite level 6, but that's the one thing at Dragon that I think maybe IUC is scared of. You have that Hero's entrance. Really don't have any other ults to combo it with right now, but maybe a Popcorn can hit level 6. I think that's something IUC is very scared of in team fights, and we've already seen both these teams very adverse to Dragon. They're just like, you know,
Nah.
Hextech Dragon, big stats early in the game. I don't need it.
Yeah, and it's as you said, it's not just a Drake, it's a Hextech Drake. It's like having an Inferno Drake. And, well, they really feel like they don't need it. And I would say this is a case more of we understand that we want to try to have control over the players before we have control over the map. So I think that's okay. I think it's a good start, especially when you're in the Emergence division. So that's what they're doing. So far, IUC building out a little bit of a lead on the gold and kills, but nobody really rotating for those concrete objectives. Now, the only thing that's been done is a herald there by Lambo, and it could be translating into a kill and a herald bash in the top lane soon.
I think that has to be the play. I think getting Introvert ahead, hold Inferno last game, leave 0-5 on the Renekton, not off to a great start in this one at 0-2 and down 15 CS. I think taking that lane, removing it from contention, especially with how even the rest of the lanes have been. I mean, you see CS dead even on the bottom side of the map, only a 10 CS difference in the mid as well. I think you're right. I would have loved to see him go top. But meanwhile, speaking of junglers, we're going to see Swirl Seed is going to miss, but the Lullaby is available potentially. It is going to land onto both members, but they're under the tower. Nobody did anything during Popcorn's ult. A great job, and I think maybe a miscommunication. Maybe you wait for Magnet Storm, but they had the setup, but nobody wanted to go in.
Very interesting as well, because we saw that the Feather Storm was used, but the feathers were already pulled back, so they couldn't do it for the snare. And now they continue doing damage, being under the tower. IUC has the lead.
Did see a Moonlight Vigil go out on the bottom side. Didn't look like it was able to do enough damage. Never Rejoice at about 30%. There was that Herald both you and I were looking for, but Cold Inferno does a great job on the island. Only loses 2 plates. Doesn't get dove either, as the knockup just misses on the Luna Mara. And I think
Oh, did you see the fleet footwork?
Oh, taunt? Justice Punch? I mean, Loki's playing that mid matchup really well. Problem is, we do see Crashdown going to come out here. They're trying to take down Never Rejoice. Exhaust going to come out, Ignite onto Lunamara as well. Both AD carries get traded out. It's Portal Combat on the bottom side of the map. I think Skadakon is going to be able to get away. But the one downside, Sofchan, is Never Rejoice got the kill for IUC, and Skadakon got the kill for UMF.
Yeah, you really want your carries to have that extra bit of juice, but it wasn't the case, although UMF did guarantee the first Drake of the game, so the Hextech is going to go for the UMF team. Skadakon actually going forward. Both of them doesn't have much mana and no backup, so it's just for the sake of trading and trying to get some zoning in that wave. At this moment, neither of them are going to lose many minions, but I am very happy to see that this bot lane is going much better for UMF. A 1-for-1 is definitely light years ahead from what we had last game.
No, Never Rejoice already with more deaths this game in 10 minutes than they had all of last game. Cold Inferno with a nice stun under the tower. Hey, that's a start, right? Like, hey, we've killed Never Rejoice. Not gonna get their Unslayable Demon King achievement this game. Not gonna add to the stacks. I'm sure they already have.
It's true, Fish. It's true. And I agree with you with what you said since the draft. Loki being Galio stands that ground so much better alone. And we see so far they are doing super great. Having those stuns, having those taunts. Oh, Glacial Prison. It's not enough.
It's not enough for the kill. You see Lambo coming in. One more auto attack. The green smite. Gonna get taken out. Meanwhile, the Introvert has to flash away, and a great shutdown for Cold Inferno. So both junglers show up to lanes. Both of them pick up kills, and as we're praising Loki right on cue, unfortunately does get picked off. But again, much better to have their first death here at 11, nearly 12 minutes in than they had last time.
Yeah, and it's a 5 for 3 overall. Cataclysm goes into Pop-Up Popcorn.
I don't think Lambo... Oh, he does. I did not think Lambo had the damage at all for that fight.
Excuse me. Oh, my God. Jarvan early game, 2-0-1. Oh, they had a God Drinker. That's why. That's why.
Nah, Mac,
God Drinker was finished. Yeah.
Old Inferno does now have the level advantage. Unfortunately, Jarvan's here as well. They're going to give that kill over to Introvert, so 2 kills topside. Crashdown does go out. There's the Moonlight Vigil as well, but unfortunately not enough damage with that flamethrower and just a 2-man stack. So we'll be retreating. Here comes Galio, though. Galio knows there's an ult that takes him across the back, right? Ketchup gonna try and get away from that Justice Punch. And now all of a sudden, Loki in a very bad spot. Shield of Durant going to go out, taunt. I do believe landed on to Never Rejoice. Rude gonna come out from the feathers as well, but this looks like a retreat. Muscata Khan and Lunamara right around the corner.
I really like it from UMF. We not just saw them pushing out the lane, knowing that they had Galio to go into the backline, get a nice dive if the setup was there for it. We also saw them succeeding in that 2v2 in the bottom side, getting Never Rejoice in very low health while they were super healthy. I think that's huge for UMF. Such a big lead in comparison to the last game, and IUC still has built good lead on CS, on gold. Loki, oh, it's a 1v2, man.
Oh, the double taunt. That might be enough with Popcorn coming around the corner as well. Frozen going to go out. Hero's Entrance going to be used just to create some distance. Lulling Lullaby will put the Jarvan to sleep. Justice Punch going to land into the Shield of Durant. A great combo there. Flag and drag and the flash. He's alive. I think both Popcorn and Loki stopped attacking.
Yeah, maybe they did. Maybe they were trying to leave the last hit for the other teammate, but it didn't really happen. No takeouts on that one. Top lane might just be the first break taken by IUC in this game. Really building a lead again on objectives, but UMF on a good spot, having the first Drake confirmed.
That tower very low. I think Cold Inferno just needs to run away. A couple attacks here from Introvert. This is going to be an easy kill. Introvert just hit the tower. Hit the tower. And the minions took care of it. Now, though, the dive kind of ruined. You see Popcorn is rotating up here. Great stun going to come out as well. Cold Inferno going to pop that Dominus, turn the fight on Introvert. You can see Popcorn just appearing on the bottom side of your screen. Meanwhile, we got to teleport bot side. Here comes Red X Garden. The Cataclysm into the root. Everybody's going to take down Lunamara. And they absolutely obliterate the AD carry from UMF.
Great play by IUC, knowing that the Popcorn enemy jungler was in the top side. Nothing they could do to try to defend this. Lambo going on to, and this support is just as good as Dead Fish.
Very tanky on the rel. Have to manage this tower aggro well. Featherstorm going to come out. And a pick up there for Never Rejoice. Stop, baby. They had enough to at least take somebody down, but great tower juggling there from IUC. And this is around the time in the last game, things started to snowball out of control. It's about a 4.5k gold lead. So, Shannon, this is where UMF needs to find those shutdowns onto somebody to get back in this game.
And they're getting close. Yeah, there was a seed. I don't know if it hit. And the Glacier Path is enough to take them out of dodge. Lunamara is in the mid lane, so lanes have been swapped. First, one Drake contested here by IUC is going to be the Ocean Drake. And the curse is back. Fish and Searchin' Cloud Soul is back on the rift.
Probably decent thing if you're a UMF fan, just because they are so far behind. They don't need to worry about losing dragon fights because, again,
They already have Hextech, right?
yeah, they have Hextech, and I mean that's one Hextech's better than unlimited cloud dragons. Unfortunately, the poor dragon that, as you said, you and I see most often here in the NECC, but still will help a little bit. I think that movement speed after the ult, not bad for Rakan. I'm trying to hype it up as best I can. I apologize.
Yeah.
I think that's a win for UMF because it's not a power dragon like Inferno we saw last game, where once Inferno Soul came through, they were just basically getting absolutely destroyed. So I think you take it if you're a UMF. You say, cool, we don't have to worry about dragons for a while.
Definitely, it's not a priority. And interesting, as much as we felt like UMF was doing better, going on to the back lane.
It had the Lambo's there. I don't think they expected that. Can catch it. There's the quickening, gonna land the charm.
Wow.
But where's the Zaya there? Finally, Never Rejoice comes in, but doesn't matter. Lambo at 3-0 and 4 has more than enough damage, and Never Rejoice picks up a kill. I will say, IUC somehow, I don't know how, but every time Never Rejoice knows how to kill secure, and that is such a massive difference compared to UMF, because there's 1 assist for Lunamara and there's 4 kills for Never Rejoice.
Oh yeah, in mid lane, going once again 1v1 Loki, dealing quite a lot of damage. Glacial Path gets them out of danger. Bot lane tier 1 is going to be taken down by IUC Fish. And I agree with you, actually I was noticing some of the things that Never Rejoice does, and it is using the Feather Storm not to finish people off. They do it for the damage, yes, but they don't pull out the feathers from the Feather Storm. I noticed that they have been using the snare previously to guarantee that the CC was going to be chained. At some stages, I would feel like it's not the best tool, but sometimes it really does work well.
Got another dive onto Introvert in the mid lane, but Loki dropping very, very low. There's the low
wow.
come out. Loki barely alive. Introvert cannot quite get in range. Never Rejoice is here. There's Red Guard as well. Root going to land into the Frozen Tomb. Hero's Entrance going to come out. A great knockup, but Loki was at about 5% HP, so basically jumped into his death like a true hero would. Cold Inferno going to pop the Dominus, try and get something for this play, but there is just not enough damage on the side of UMF. 2 more members go down, and it feels like deja vu starting to appear here in game number 2, Sofchan.
Big lead there, going out for the kill for the Introvert. A lot of damage on the hands of the Scasante. Loki almost taken down. Ultimate there by Popcorn, using just on the Soul top laner. So big cooldown wasted. They're going to meet each other here. Lambo in the jungle. Who's going to get the buff? It is going to be... it was Lilia.
Well, unfortunately, this might be a buff transfer here in just a moment. Popcorn can't get to the sea. How does he keep getting these kills? I don't understand.
Yeah. I think, yeah. Oh man, it's definitely interesting, and it was one thing that I was going to point out as well. We saw Never Rejoice being at the edge of the team fight, as we always see them, and when we saw the hero's entrance there by Loki, I thought they were going to be able to dodge it. As soon as they noticed they were still in the range, great Feather Storm to get the invulnerability frame. Super well done, guaranteeing they were going to stay safe. And we talked about 10 minutes into the game, 1 kill, or actually 1 death for the Zaya. It still remains 1 kill 10 minutes later. 1 death.
Unfortunately, their kills have increased in size very greatly. Now is 7 Frozen Tomb going to come out. There's the knockup with the flag and drag from Lambo, and this is simply a dead Gallia. We'll see who picks up the kill. It will be Red Garden, and now that lead ballooning up to 9,000 gold. And really, for IUC, this is a great chance to prove if they can finish the game a little bit quicker than last time in the current state. At least press their early advantage right now, Sofchan, because you can get a 20-minute Baron, and then you can start to shove down the lanes.
You really can. The Jarvan, so powerful. Anything with Glacial Tomb, so great on team fights. We'll see if this is going to be the case, as they are really rotating for this side of the map for Baron. But I don't know, considering what we saw from them last game, I think they're still going to take this nice and slow, which is a shame considering this big of a lead. This could be a 22-minute game.
Looks like there was some confusion. You saw the pings go out from the 3 members standing at Baron, but Cassante and Jarvan had backed, so Now we kind of get this awkward dance around Baron. You do see UMF is going to head to that Cloud Soul, or this Cloud Dragon, excuse me, but just take the Baron. Just turn around. Cloud Dragon is not worth it. You can lose the Cloud Dragon if you're IUC. Jarvan has started up the Baron, forcing the team in that direction. This will be a nice objective bounty picked up for UMF, a nice bit of gold. Unfortunately, Cloud Dragon, not going to be the greatest thing, but this will be a nice Baron trade, and I like to play from IUC.
Yeah, getting a lot of damage dealt onto the Baron, already down to 50%. UMF nowhere to be seen on the other side of the map, as they have just guaranteed their Cloud Drake. Blue team has laid Baron Nesha, and with that, they could go for such a big split push, take down tier 2s, take down tier 3s, because they are just that strong. And with the Baron buff, things are just much easier at this stage.
That's something hopefully they can do. Last game, they wasted a lot of that first Baron buff. Love to see them get at least a tier 2 mid and top from this push. Red Garden doing a great job just staying in range, letting that empowered cannon minion do most of the work on the tower. This tier 2 top should fall relatively easily with Introvert and Never Rejoice. There you see Ketchup and Lambo kind of running interference as well. Galio still bottom side of the map, has the teleport, has the hero's entrance, going to pick up a nice objective bounty and start to shrink that near 10k gold lead.
Yeah. Just 9,900. And mid lane is going to be devastated on the side of UMF. That tier 3 slowly being taken down. But some resilient defense by the red team. Still trying to push these people away from their base. The buffed up recall is going to get them out. But there's Red Garden with a TP that could go in the flanks.
Garden, where will the TP come? As you said, there it is. It's right on a minion, right in the middle of the map. Hero's entrance going to be used. Knockup not going to convert. Now here's Red Garden. You can see finally Scotticon got on to Never Rejoice, but it's not going to matter. There's just too much damage on the rest of the map. Lunamar going to pick up one, and now the Xayah is here to free farm. A couple of kills picked up. They are able to take down Ketchup, but that is the only kill. They'll get in the ace, and with Baron buff, this should just simply be game for IUC. 30 seconds on all the death timers besides Popcorn, but I don't know what the Lilia could do here.
Base exposed, nothing the little deer can do to defend this base. And UMF could be looking at the final game of the series tonight. Fish, IUC pushing out the Nexus turrets. They are very close to finish this one off in a sweep.
The Lullaby's still up for Popcorn, and you see here come the rest of the team. Maybe they have what it takes. Red plus white as well for Lunamar and Moonlight Vigil going to come out. They're able to get a huge shutdown onto the Introvert. Can they get a Lilting Lullaby? It's going to land on a Never Rejoice, and immediately...
What?
No, they get taken out. Great job by Lunamara, who gets a couple of shutdowns. Unfortunately, the Lissandra clones take him out, and it's a start. I'll put it that way. It's a start for UMF with a couple of big 900 gold shutdowns here right in the nick of time. As we see Loki might be able to get Ketchup here as well. Give him the thumbs up. And this should be a dead support. There's no one else on the map for another 15 seconds. But this Rakan might just be fast enough. You got to hit the seed. You got to hit the seed, Loki. There we go. A great job. But unfortunately, the tower will stop him.
It will end. Because of the amount of pressure IUC has asserted all around the map, there is just one tower taken down by UMF. The bot tier 1 on the side of IUC is the only exposed side of the blue team. And things just begin to look, well, like we're reaching an inevitable end, Fish. And for IUC, I feel bad because we were like, yeah, you can push 22-minute game, and then they did, and they died. So it's unfortunate that was the case, but it happens sometimes. It's worth it because you expose their inhibitor in the mid lane. The super minions help hugely, and whatever you can get afterwards is going to be so good into getting into a win stage.
Yeah, worst case for IUC, Baron up in 2 minutes. I think that kind of gets you to that win stage you were talking about. The one thing you need to be careful about, I'm sure any player who's played League of Legends has been there, don't throw yourself at the Nexus just to try and win, right? It looks so tasty. There's only one tower up. As you said, there's super minions pushing. But I think IUC can afford to play this slow, play for the correct win condition, not just to win. But based on game one, I don't think they'll struggle with that. I mean, right now you even have Introvert just kind of pushing that mid lane all by himself, going to hold people off of this tier 2 tower, potentially open it up. There's a dragon up in 24 seconds if you want as well. We do see the full engage going to go on to Introvert, but he is just simply too tanky on this Cassante. 4 members are there. The Cataclysms are going to come out, and
oh my god.
I think Lambo maybe made have baited his jungler with the exhaust coming through. The stun lands over the wall. The flash from Cold Inferno will be a kill. And now Popcorn trying to run down Red Garden Company. Still has the lullaby if they want to use it. They're going to pop it just onto Lysandra. It's going to be immediately broken. Hero's entrance coming in. Gets a huge knockup. Never Rejoice trying to use that Feather Storm for the room, kiting backwards. A great 4-man.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Never Rejoice just doesn't have the damage, but here comes Introvert, the man who started it all. Looking for a follow-up kill. 2 members very low. Can Lunamara kite backwards with the purple gun? Gravitum going to be able to root every so often, and I think this might just be enough for UMF to find an A's gonna get pulled back there. Lunamara just
and they defend it. Can you believe it? They defended it.
The Winions.
Oh my god.
The Winions took the tower.
The tower.
The Nexus is being attacked by the super minions as Introvert goes down. Do they get the backs off in time? They're not backing. I think a minion wave spawned. No, you have to.
No, the minion's down. The wave is down. Are they not coming back? Okay. The support finally arrived while the rest of the team decided to prioritize this next Drake, getting themselves a soul point. But Fish, what a valiant response for UMF, finally getting things out of dodge in that base, defending bottom lane, getting such a big wall onto that fountain, and finally they got some time. They got some extra time, and the lead has shrunk. It's down to 6, around 7k from 11,000. Still IUC kiting back, especially Never Rejoice on that bottom lane is huge as they are close to guaranteeing the second Baron of the game, and they are. Blue team has slain Baron Nesha. This could be the last run of the series.
This probably is your final fight for UMF or IUC. Unfortunately, as you said, they got everything they needed, right? IUC got way too aggressive on the Cassante, but the Winions themselves take down that Nexus turret, so it is an exposed Nexus right now. You can see Cold Inferno does have the teleport, but the charm is going to land. Hero's entrance going to come in. Lilia and Renekton are not in this fight. It's a 5v3, but Lunamara putting out a ton of damage is going to be taken out. There's a swirl sweep for Popcorn. Renekton still not back in the fight, and Never Rejoice is feasting tonight. Finally, Cold Inferno gets back, but too little too late for the Renekton. Unfortunately, we'll just find a death, and this will be GG. Looked like for a moment UMF maybe had the dream. The Inhibitor did unfortunately respawn, so they now have to take care of that, but that should be quick work, and this will be a 2-0 sweep for IUC here to start off week 5 of the NECC. So, chat.
Nexus finished ace and a huge lead of around 9,000 gold for IUC as they managed to get a great early game. UMF, I see you. You really, really tried. You have the potential to keep on growing. We've reached that middle, just one series up into the middle of the second phase of the second split of NECC, and I think you can do it. But IUC, I love what you bring to the table. A lot of communication, very well executed, roaming, and a lot of knowledge that is well used around the map, especially on tracking your enemy jungler. So everything you've done today, I am so happy for you getting your first win of the season.
And it feels like for IUC, this could be a win that kind of snowballs them, right? As you said, we just started our second half. Maybe you go 3 games in a row. Now all of a sudden you're at 4-4. Maybe you sneak into the playoffs. You're a hot team. I really do, like you said, I think IUC, especially with Never Rejoice, that Xayah clearly just has clicked for them. I don't know if it was due to Worlds or whatever, but for when they started picking it, it has clearly worked for them. But I definitely think that is something that I think other teams in this Emergence division in Great Lakes are going to have to keep an eye on, because as you said, I think this is great. And for UMF, I think you're right. Game 1 to Game 2 was a big improvement. If this was maybe a best of 5, Game 3 might even been a bigger improvement and they win. They made a lot of right plays. it just feels like right now they just need to maybe work on that pick ban phase a little bit. Like, how do you let the Zaya through again? How did you let the Rakan through? Was the Rumble really needed to be taken away? I think those are the little things. But both these teams, I think it makes a noise. Do not count either of these teams out, depending on how the playoffs shake up in that Emergence Great Lakes.
Yeah, and I think in a more specific level, I would say we saw UMF performing so much better. We felt they won that much behind. But when we looked at the numbers, even though kills were very, very even, they were still behind in gold. So on top of the draft, really, really work on your wave management, work on your flash hitting, on your farming, because that really is the difference maker. If things are balanced and the game is quiet, then everything is decided on count of CS, count of farm.
Yep.
And creep score is going to be the one thing that gets the items when killed don't. So pay attention to that, both of these teams, because Emergence is the place for you to have your foundations laid in. So congratulations again for IUC for being one step forward into this journey of Emergence Division.
Don't listen to anything Soapchan said. KDA is all that matters. I don't care about anything else.
No. Skins
Yes.
is all that matters.
Yes, skins equals
Yes.
wins. No, I think you're totally right. This is that level where you're like, oh, wait, just because I'm 5-0, but I have 60 CS, I'm actually losing in gold. So I think you're totally right. I think both these teams are learning that. But you don't want to go anywhere. There is one more match. It will be a good night for myself and Soapchan, but Orbital and RMC have you covered in our next game in the Challengers West Division. You're not going to want to miss that. We've got more League of Legends coming up on the NECC right after this.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like.
you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. When the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing and say
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real hearts. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me.
need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you mess with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay, to drift away. I fill my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. too. Friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes. While I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Hello and welcome, everyone. We're excited to be here and excited to close out the evening. We are into the thick of things here in the season, hitting up week number 5. And I mean, I know the teams are excited as well. We are getting underway with some League of Legends action once again, this time in the Challengers division. And I am going to be very excited to be here. Once again, my name is Orbital. With me is the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is Random Minion Caster. RMC, how you doing?
The only minion that I'm aware of, Orbital, who's made it off the rift and back on as this time
True.
a broadcaster. So, as you mentioned, we're getting pretty deep into the regular season. Week 5 of 6 for the Challengers division. So tonight's the second last series, and for these two teams, we've got CSUDH Cardinals currently sat 2-2, trying to secure a higher seeding for themselves. And on the other side, OKEA, or Okanagan Gold, who, interestingly enough, they had a perfect run till last week, where they got their first loss of the season, and tonight they're looking to make up for that.
And I think that's always very, very interesting. I will always say the mental aspect of an entire season can come down to when your losses occur. If you get it right now, right before the end of the season, hey, maybe you got some adjustments, which I think you spoke with some of them on that roster. They said the exact same thing.
Yeah, I think Okanagan Gold, they're fully aware. They were a little bit lax. Hey, when you're 6-0 going into the week, understandable, but their last week's game against Fresno really woke them up to the fact that they need to tighten up their game. Now, although it's worth noting that tonight, both teams might be running substitutes. Cardinals will not be having their starting roster. They have a sub in the top lane, and for Okanagan Gold, they might have a lot of roster changes. We'll have to see, and that might happen midway through the series. But we'll start with the Cardinals, and in the top lane is going to be their sub, Lava Lemonade, stepping in for their usual top laner, Bandai. Little Asia, their captain, and one of their veterans in the jungle, Stelly in the mid lane, Nano Ben in the bot lane, and Junior support, who is also one of their veterans coming in from the spring split.
Very, very nice lineup. And once again, a team that is working together and trying to scrap their way to the top. Taking a look on the other side, though, we have the ever so lovely OKEA Gold squad. It is going to be Wimdy, Fake Enemy, Z-Struck, Jopaki, and as well as Archer of Flame running in now. Keep in mind, these might change throughout depending on substitutions and such, so please keep eyes on that. We will try and update you as much as possible as well to kind of keep you in the loop, because that will change a lot of things from on the game on the Rift play to champion select as well.
And honestly, Orbital, I am a little bit worried for this game one. The Okanagan Gold roster looks like their starting roster, I believe, or pretty much close to. So Okanagan Gold, already a team kind of known for their discipline and their ability to play together well as a team. They have the advantage there. And on the other hand, the Cardinals, having a substitute at this level of play is always kind of difficult because you've got to account for them. Champion pool changes, stylistic changes. I don't know how much practice they've had with Lava Lemonade coming in. The silver lining to this cloud to me is that the Cardinals are a scrappy team. That's what they've always called themselves. Even in Spring Split with a different roster, they've always liked to go for those early skirmishes. And if you are very skirmish heavy, it is possible to kind of snowball the game before you hit the sort of coordinated macro team fighting stage. So fingers crossed, hopefully Cardinals are able to leverage that strength of theirs.
That's what they're hoping for as we get underway with the draft here. Please keep in mind, we'll keep you updated with where these champions are picked because we have insider knowledge, and I love that fact so much. It is so much fun to be able to cheat our way to here. But taking a look at some of the bans, we do have some of those targeted bans coming out here. As many know, Jinx is very high priority. There are some others as well, but the Talon, the Nautilus, and the Poppy are all going to be directed at the side of this CSUDH squad. Or no, I do CSUDH squad.
Yep. Yeah, the lot of target bans coming through. And the Cardinals, actually, the Nico ban's interesting because the Nico ban isn't actually at the mid lane. They are not aiming for Z-Struck. They're aiming at Archer of Flame, who likes to play support Nico to devastating effect. So they've done their homework. They're taking that off the table. For now, though, we're seeing a lot of tankiness come through from the side of the Cardinals. I like the Ornn pickup for Lava Lemonade. It's not something he's played a ton in solo queue, but it is an absolute unit. It's not hard to pick up. And when you've got carries like Stelly, like Nanoben, pick late game scaling champions to them, then set massive roadblocks, meat shields to buy them time to put out that damage.
And not just that, you couple it with those things in the front line. Taking a look on the other side, OKEA are ready to scrap with the best of them, right? You got the Yoni, you got the Graves, you got the Syndra.
Wow.
These are all champions that are quite literally just going to rip your tanks to shreds if you're not careful. I don't even think a Rammus is really going to help you. Take a look at the shred that can come out. The general true damage that can also happen if you get the right items. It's gone. I'm sorry. So Lil Asia is going to have a lot to work on. However, that backbone coming in here for the side of CSUDH, late game scaling is coming out. But again, you take a look on the draft to OKEA, they are going for that pinch in the mid game, just run you over flat, like not even a moment's notice.
We talk about Cardinals wanting to be scrappy, Orbital, but I'm looking at Okanagan's comp. That's the scrappy composition. Samira already? I mean, that is an absolute kill lane. In the bot lane, you're picking things like Graves as well, more of an early ganker who likes to get his lanes ahead. Yone, that's not a champion you're picking to sit back on. You're going to be forward pressuring with that champion. It's got great skillings as well. So Okanagan really taking advantage of that substitute right now, trying to pressure as much as they possibly can. But I look over what the Cardinals have. Yeah, like I said, if you cover nameplates, I'd have thought the teams are switched because that's a great team fighting composition, right? Milio with the Jinx. Jinx got nerfed on this patch because she got overbuffed in the last patch, 13.20. Her passive can still stack. She can go from getting excited to getting extremely excited as she gets more kills. And Rammus as well, a great scaling champion, Ornn a great scaling champion. My only fear for the Cardinals composition right now is that they don't have very much of an early game, and there is a chance that Okanagan just runs them over the way we were just saying the Cardinals might be looking to do with the sub.
For better or for worse, there's a timer. There is a set timer currently on the map, and for the side of CSUDH, if they can weather that timer, if they can make it past, I would say that 30 minutes, 35 minutes in good standing, I think that's very important to say. If they can make it past in good standing, they have a very good shot. Taking a look at OKEA, though, the squad that is rolling out here saying, hey, we are strong, we know it, and we took that loss to heart. We are going to push on forward. This composition screams a greatness to me. And taking a look first, I think we do have to lean into that top lane a little bit, right? Because the Yone is not one that we see very often, and that one I think might be one of the big pivotal points for this squad to focus on.
Actually, against specifically the Okanagan Gold squad, we see a lot of Yone and Yasuo bans. And I was running through their OPGG, I was like, who's playing this Yone and this Yasuo? Well, I guess we got our answer. It's Wimdy potentially in that top lane. I don't know if maybe it's Z-Struck does play a little bit of Yone as well. So, understandable teams are banning it. It's a 2-for-1 style ban coming through. But now Wimdy gets his hands onto it, especially onto something like an Ornn. Because normally you pick an Ornn and you're like, okay, my laning phase is pretty good. There's a reason why there's the whole meme about Ornn being assassin, bruiser, Garen, support, jungler, whatever he wants to be. He can do anything. But against something like a Yone, Yeah, you're expected to maybe win out early, but the problem is scaling. Where Ornn's greatest strength has always been ability to scale up and give other people masterworks, he will struggle in that 1v1, and Yone's split push threat is going to become immense. The other issue is Yone as well, with his ultimate, can ignore a lot of the tools that we're seeing to try and protect the Azir and Jinx. It doesn't matter who's in your way. You're going to scoop them all right up with that Fate Sealed, and then just set them up for a Samira as well. And there's really no good answer to come through, unfortunately, for the side of the Cardinals. So definitely eyes on Wimdy to see how fast he can skill up and become that game-winning initiator.
And that's going to fall down to those junglers, right? The Rammus, I believe, for Little Asia was actually picked up after the Yone pick came out. So you're looking at almost like a counter to come out here, and that leads it to Fake Enemy to almost counter that answer. Taking a look, is that going to be the focus on the top side, or do you think Little Asia is looking towards other lanes? Because you can set up, don't get me wrong, this Rammus, we've seen sparks happen, and you have a little bit shorter range attackers on the side of OKEA. But is the Rammus actually going to do as much as we want, or is OKEA going to be shutting that one down quick?
So I actually really like the Rammus pick that came through for Little Asia. I think it's a champion that can get around. It's got really solid ganks, and importantly, it skills up. And when you look at what Okanagan had drafted for themselves, it's almost AD all the way. There's only the Syndra for AP damage to come through. So Rammus, great pickup. Problem is Rammus's early game is really rough. Rammus is not the fastest jungle clear. The ganks from Rammus are a little bit lackluster. I mentioned he's a great ganker in that he's got great CC, and it's really hard to stop him from just running at you. If you're halfway up the lane, even a flash won't save you from Rammus. Just kind of runs you down and then taunts you back into the middle of the lane, but no damage. The damage has to come from the lanes. And you look at the lanes, well, you've got a Jinx and a Azir. And Ornn. Ornn's probably actually got the highest burst damage out of the three in the early game, and that's not ideal for the Rammus. So for Little Asia, you kind of need to gank to keep your lanes alive, but at the same time, you need to skill up to really be impactful. It's a bit of a catch-22 here. If Little Asia can get to that mid to late game, I think he's going to be in a much better spot. But early game, it's a lot on the lanes just trying to stay safe and not get caught.
And to say that as well is a difficult notion for the side of CSUDH, because you look down the line and pretty much everyone that we talked about is very damage focused, looking to dominate in the early stages once you hit some certain level breakpoints. And the one that I most notice is that bot lane, right? The Samira and Leona is an old time and true situation. However, we do see a lot of players look towards that late game scaling side. The Jinx, we also see the Xayah come out in certain situations. Caitlyn, Ashe. The fact that you drafted this on the side of OKEA on Okanagan, they are saying, we know we can win this bot side, and that should, put off a few warning signals inside of the heads of CSUDH.
And I have no doubt that the Cardinals are fully aware that the bot lane is where they need to stop the snowballing from coming through. Because we've all, I think, seen what Samira's do. If you've played solo queue, you've probably seen a Samira just take over a game from getting an early kill, maybe even a penta pre-15, and all of a sudden the game's kind of over. So Cardinals are aware of that. But the really nice thing about Okanagan's draft is they still have skill on their side, right? Syndra and Yone both scale really, really nicely. And unfortunately for the Cardinals, that bot lane just displays super, super safe and just let them constantly push into you. If ever you push out, Graves is really, really strong. Leona with Ignite as well. It's so easy for her to just go in on either the Milio or the Jinx. We're seeing part of that effect with this invade right now because they know they're so strong early, because they know Jinx Milio can't do anything in those early levels.
Not just that, I think we missed some stuff because right now Lil Asia is currently roaming around the rift without a and had to recall to regain about 10% HP. That is going to be a little bit of a downer right there. Not only you're not getting a leash, but on the other side, you already know that you're getting counter jungled. So this is a great start for Okanagan saying, hey, we're going to be in charge. We're going to be in your face the entire time. What you going to do about it?
It reminds me a lot of old Amumu jungle too, where you could just go in and level 1 contest and there's nothing you can do about it. For Little Asia though, like as a Rammus, the pot's not the end of the world not having that. You're actually going to be pretty safe clearing. The bigger question for me is what Little Asia is going to be able to find besides that, because unfortunately, you don't know where the Graves is necessarily. And if Little Asia tries to steal away blue buff and create a vertical jungle situation, you can get collapsed on. We're already seeing Wimdy get so much pressure in this top lane that if Little Asia was to invade, you could get collapsed on real quickly.
That's something that you really got to watch for. So as the wards do time out, CSUDH going to set their sights on keeping the status. Whoa. Kapaki, of course. That is a very fun name, by the way. I do enjoy that one. Taking a look here, they are going to set themselves up for a value trade. Archer already hitting level 2, and this is appropriate setup on that bot lane, right? Playing pretty dang far away from your wave, just making sure to nab those last bits of CS.
And the wave is actually really, really even, so I don't know if that's Nano Ben really controlling the wave really well. That's one of the advantages of Jinx with her super long range rockets to be able to trim waves. If it is well played from them to make sure that they're not getting stacked up on, and they're keeping the wave in a safe enough place that they don't have to worry about an immediate dive. Little Asia actually looked a little bit for that counter invade, could have gone it off if he was willing to fully commit for it, but kind of walked away, and now Little Asia has nothing to clear on this bot side quadrant. At best, you maybe pick up the scuttle, and I'm curious if Fake Enemy is going to allow that to happen or look to contest.
I mean, you saw the pings go down. I'm pretty sure Z-Struck saw the rotate from Lil Asia, and it's identified already, right? So actually a give by Fake Enemy, or not a give, I was wondering why it wasn't going down very quickly. There it is the burn, and it is going to be picked up. So Little Asia first to sit on that wrist scuttle should be able to pick it up without too much contest, which might mean Fake Enemy really is looking towards that bot lane. You can already see the diversionary tactic. It is a rotate up instead, but it is enough time. Well done by Little Asia to at least get a little something back. It's not great, don't get me wrong, but it's something.
Hey, you know what? You can get that scuttle, that's a win. I was a little bit concerned because Rammus actually is a really slow clearer on scuttle. True. Partially because one of the reasons why Rammus can clear a jungle is that power shell, right? The fact that it bounces, it reflects some of the damage. Guess what? Scuttle doesn't attack you, so there's no damage to be taken from that. Gank into the bot lane.
Well, you know who does attack you? It is going to be that ADC. Out goes the augment. It is going to be a little bit of a slow right now. Jopaki has to flash away, or at least exhaust is going to save that flash, but good game to start. You get a couple of the summer spells. You put yourselves in an HP lead. So CSUDH bot lane getting a little bit of breathing room.
Although I don't know when they buffed Glacial Augment that it could somehow affect the game without being picked and even lag our stream, right. But it worked. Jabouki and Archer of Flame taking a lot of damage here. No real threat of dying necessarily. No flashes expended. But this is important because Samira and Leona both want to go in, and if they're low on health, they can't do that. So they can't get the kill, but the gank from Little Asia is going to have a lot of effect on this bot lane. We'll have to see if Nano Ben or Junior misstep, but if they don't, they have the advantage for the poke for the next until basically Jabouki and Archer of Flame.
Now the opposite side of that, the give that Little Asia offered was the fact that Fake Enemy now has a significant lead in the farm game. You take a look at the difference there. Fake Enemy should be coming out with item advantages. So that is going to be something that we do have to call into question, because that's what we said, right? Little Asia has to get through that early game, has to get through that mid game before you can actually power up. And if Fake Enemy is able to gather some of those critical lethality items, you're in for a world of pain, and one that you do not want to be in.
Yeah, unfortunately for Little Asia, the choice was made very, very early on.
Right.
Little Asia didn't counter invade because of lack of vision, which isn't the wrong call, right? It's better than you go in blind and you don't know what you're walking into. Again, another silver lining. Lots of silver linings today, Orbital. For Little Asia, it's your Rammus. And the enemy jungler is Graves. So yeah, lethality is going to hurt, but maybe don't kill Lava Lemonade might just die here. First blood solo for Wimdy.
Yeah, that was a clean setup as well. Made sure the wave was prepped properly, and also about 20 CS up. You knew this was kind of coming, and you saw Lava try and get out. Well attempted out, but it's a Yone. It's very difficult to escape.
Yeah, and perfectly timed as well. Windy hit 6, instantly rushed it. Unfortunately for Lava Lemonade, no out to match. Stelly are they in trouble?
Oh, yeah, just a little bit, but able to get out, and now
Archer
of Flame
it's Archer
on the wrong side of the map here. Fake Enemy is going to try and set up and help out, and Archer of Flame is going to go quite low. But of course, Stelly can't step out from under tower because of this danger. So, okay, EA, take the fight and survive it all.
So it turns out armadillos are very resistant towards longswords. Fake Enemy took 3 of them, couldn't quite crack it. And Archer of Flame is kind of lucky to get out. I appreciate the attempted gank, but Stelly, nerves of steel. They didn't even blink, had to burn flash, but they're still healthy enough to stay in lane. So for Cardinals, that's a win. Like we said before, they don't need to get kills to stay safe.
Oh, well, you know who's not safe? It's Fake Enemy, who has to flash away from this dragon. It was a little bit of a gamble to actually go for that one when Lil Asia and the rest of the squad were hanging around. So, well done to CSUDH. Yes, top lane might not be going in their favor, but at least they're maintaining an even advantage across the other side of the map.
Funny part is Orbital. Despite the fact that they push off Fake Enemy, Cardinals can't take the dragon. They had to kind of just reset on that because Little Asia, unfortunately, not enough damage. Nano Ben can't leave lane either, was getting pushed in. We're seeing small CS advantages for Okanagan in the bot side of the map. But honestly, the big gap is on that top side, and it's just coming in from the fact that, hey, Lava Lemonade subbing in, maybe not as coordinated, and Little Asia has been punished kind of for that fact in the early game. So overall, Cardinals doing a pretty good job of their laning thus far.
It's only a very slow bleed out at this point. You can already see the stack up on the econ as you were talking about, right? The gold slowly stacking in their favor, but it is much better for a late game scaling squad. Now Stelly looking to try and get an advantage here. Now the reason that they're trying to push out a little bit more is because they don't have teleport advantage, so that is the downside here. You're trying to keep Z-Struct in the mid lane for as long as possible. But that is the one hurting factor. We were talking about Stelly doing quite well. However, on the top side, we're seeing this song and dance once again. I think that is going to be the kill. A final piercing blow with the Q. Does take it, and Wimdy is now 2-0 up.
Well, you're saying top side was a slow drip? I think you might have cost a curse. I actually thought we were waiting for Fake Enemy to hit 6, and then we start revisiting that top lane, farming that top lane like it's a camp. But no, Wimdy's just like, nah, I got this. I'm just going to keep soloing. Fake Enemy, go gank somewhere else, or do what junglers do and get an objective, as Fake Enemy is now starting up Herald. I don't know if Little Asia can peel off this objective.
I honestly think at this point, Fake Enemy is just like, please do come. That way I can kill you, right? It's like, I got level 6. I got, a few more stacks than me. I think I'll be okay. Also, ult versus non-ult, that's a whole different factor. But Little Asia does have that Bramble ready to go, so at least you're able to deal some damage back. However, Fake Enemy picks it up, now has a choice. Do you want to go top, mid, or bot? Because pretty much every lane is a viable option.
NanoBen and Junior pushing out this bot lane. That sort of Samira Leona supremacy we were talking about really didn't materialize. And off that early gang from Low Asia, making really good use of that time. And now NanoBen and Junior, they have the advantage. But that is about to swing. Because Archer of Flame, once that Leona hits level 6, then the bot lane has to be careful. Note that NanoBen doesn't have Cleanse. Being able to catch the Jinx could spell a death right off the bat. There's no heal either, right? There's just the exhaust. And that's very effective against Samira. But if Fake Enemy is ganking bot lane, 2 threats, you can only exhaust one.
And it's also relying on that cleanse coming out of Junior, right? You are heavily relying on your support being beside you, which now locks in that Melio to your ADC instead of trying to maybe roam around, look for the rest of the team towards this mid game. At least, that is, if NanoBen becomes a threat, becomes that dangerous monster that we have seen before. Right now, that is going to be a knock-up, though. Lava knocked out of their jump away, and because of that massive damage, I don't think it's going to be able to follow through. It might be close, but Wimdy, again, going for that Bork build. Once the item comes through, Lava ain't getting away at all.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Lava, it's not just the Bork build. That was one trade from Wimdy, and the ult is still up. If Wimdy lands the Fate Seal, it is literally Fate Seal for Lava Lemonade. You are dead from 50%. You can see how aggressive Wimdy is. He's gonna dive.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no flash. You knew this was coming.
Done.
And very well optimized at this point. It is a guarantee whenever that ult is up, Wimdy will take the kill.
Unfortunately, there's nothing Lava Lemonade can do on his own. The opportunity has passed. The gold lead for Wimdy is too big, and Yone just gets to scale up. So this is normally when you call for your jungler. But look at whose jungler is. It's Rammus. I don't know if they have enough damage from 2 of them to actually kill Yone. Once Blade of the Ruined King comes through, like you're saying, that Borg spike wasn't needed for the 1v1, but it will be great for a 1v2. Heck, I think Wimdy could actually kill both of them in such a situation.
I think the only question is, how much health is left after the 1v2, right? Are you living with just a little bit or a lot? And right now in the mid lane, it is a question mark. Z-Struct, though, flashes away. It is going to get followed behind. Good dodge, spot dodge there, but the follow through with the Zenith Blade does not deny that kill with the Sunlight. Fake Enemy is able to pick it up, and now Lil Asia is going to be on the receiving end. Good taunt under the tower, but again, Fake Enemy is more than happy to continue dancing right in the face of the opponent.
And I think for Cardinals, they're okay with the trade. It's not ideal, but the gank got off successfully and they got the kill onto Stelly. Oh, Luasia just barely able to survive, but won't be able to effectively, adequately defend this turret in the face of Herald.
At this point, it is just a matter of time before Wimdy is unleashed. So I'm looking at CSU. How much can you gather in this time? You're on a timer, right? You have another, I would say, with only 1 plate on the top side, maybe a minute and a half, maybe 2. You got to gather as much gold as you can, and honestly, it's not a lot of time to gather. What, you're maybe looking at 600? Time to be careful. Time to be extremely careful.
So, Orbital, you measure time in minutes and seconds. That's normal. I'm gonna measure it in kills and deaths.
Right.
One more kill in the top lane, that turret goes down. And Wimdy's ult's almost back up, so I'm not even gonna put a time on it. I think Wimdy can just hard commit to a kill here. You can already see, again, all in, Lava Lemonade has to completely back out or risk dying. If Lava Lemonade gets caught halfway up that lane, okay, he's got flash. Maybe he gets away, but he certainly can't hold that turret.
And I mean, look how hard the optimization is, right? Steel caps as well as that Warden's Mail, just every piece of armor you can get, but the shred is already coming through. So I do agree, and I actually like the fact that little Asia was clearing on the top side, so it gave a little bit of comfort. But now, of course, you can take a look at the difference there, and I don't think little Asia is actually going to head up there. Instead, you're kind of left on your own. So a lot of question marks there. With the red buff coming up, though, little Asia might be able to stay. This tower might be secured, but it is only a question. You can see a little bit of a chance. Wimdy doesn't want to chance it. Interesting.
Ooh, bot side, NanoBen actually getting shoved out of lane because Junior had to move out. Do they have catch?
Oh, well, that is going to be a little
Is
bit
it
of a
enough?
to come through, but it is so late. Good run out after expending every single summoner spell, and they're going to try and turn it around. However, the HP bars are not in their favor, so I don't think you want to continue. It's going to be a jump forward, and great collateral damage forces Nano out. Take a look at the HP, about 200 left on that Jinx.
And the objective here from Okanagan isn't necessary to kill the Jinx. You can stop her farming as well. That is now 2 waves that will run into that turret, which NanoBen cannot reach. Junior, though, actually able to get in there and fake enemy. There's no damage here.
Oh, well, there
the
is
rocket
not,
finished
except for the rocket. It could have been a chance, but just a little bit to the right. Instead, we're watching this top lane. As you said, it was a chance. However, Lava is able to live on a sliver, and you know what? You take the lesser of 2 evils. You're still alive, but just for a moment. Uh-oh. Yeah, Wimdy's like, I see you. I see you. Give me that kill. Nah, it's just the tower. Wimdy goes ahead, flashes that mastery symbol as they take first tower at 14.5 minutes.
And good call from Lava Lemonade. You know, like, sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. If you stuck around, you're dead. Let that turret fall. Now, though, as you mentioned, Orbital, Wimdy Unleashed is now everybody else's problem. A 3-0 Yone with Blade of the Ruined King. Stelly?
Stelly knows it. Stelly has to have an inkling
Good call,
that
good
as soon
call.
as the tower was taken, Wimdy didn't go back in the lane, went down into the jungle. You're like, I hate life. Every mid laner knows this feeling. I hate life.
Yeah. But not enough to end it, which is a good call. Stelly survives. Knows when to back off. Sure, you lose the turret, but you're still able to farm. Orbital, we're talking about ticking timer. Unfortunately for Cardinals, that timer's looking real far. You said 30 minutes, but we're only halfway there. And there's a 6k gold lead for Okanagan. They've got leads in every single lane. Initially, it was just a top lane. But even bot lane now, the one lane which isn't falling apart, NanoBen and Junior playing really well. There is a 40 CS lead for this Samara. It's not kills, but I think it's, what, 16 CS roughly to each kill? And that's, what, 2 kills advantage, 2.5 kills advantage for Jaboki right now.
That's why you see that 150 gold bounty, right? Like, Jaboki is like, really? I really got this bounty?
Yeah.
Yes, you do, because you're farming like a madman. So right now, Okanagan, I do want to ask, how well can you speed this up? Because you're on a great course, right? You've done everything proper in this game. How do you look to speed this game up? How do you look to even further suppress the option of a late game for CSUDH?
Well, so for Okanagan, they actually don't need to change the game plan too much. Their lanes are winning out, and their jungle pressure is really good. So just keep stacking those objectives. Archer off lane is going to get caught out here, has flash.
Yes, but slowed
He
and
gets a
up
wall.
down. The solar flare
He can't
isn't
get
going to
to a
land
wall.
either, and looks like it was I mean, you don't really have an out right there. So sacrificing their life granted to NanoBen. So it is going to be a nice little pickup, but again, topside is where just our eyes are drawn each time.
Yeah, because Wimdy is so incredibly far ahead. Lava Lemonade able to dodge out the ult.
I don't even think you need the ult. Like, quite honestly, I feel like Wimby could have easily stayed under the tower, and right now you
Junglers are
can
here.
see fake enemy looking to help out. But a good knock-up into the taunt should draw him under tower. However, the tower starts firing late, allows him to flash over the wall. Wimby does get smited,
Is
but
it
fake
enough?
enemy's here to stop. Stelly trying to come in on the
Horn?
back, and in comes the Call of the Forge God, and into that ghostly shell. A flash
Little
forward
Asia.
into the taunt once again. Little Asia is going to get
Grab
that
his
shut down,
damage.
but the rocket from
Oh, the rocket.
downtown is going to ensure a flash out. Z-Struck says you can't flash this. Little Asia now has to run away. However, the AP as well as the shred is going to work wonders. That's going to be a 2-for-1 value. Okanagan say, we're okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, you shut down Wimsey, so that's kind of good. The kill went over to Little Asia, not ideal, but hey, actually, if you're Little Asia right now, you're okay with that because you want the goal to be able to start snowballing into the other lanes, try and make something happen. So for Okanagan Orbital, this was kind of not ideal for them, but you're still seeing the pressure they're putting out. Stewie still has to be careful in the mid lane. Fake Enemy is looking for the wraparound. Has Herald as well in pocket. Oh, he's in the turret.
Oh, that's a problem. Fake Enemy is able to fall here as Stelly says thank you very much for the trade.
Yeah, and for Cardinals, this is going great for them right now. 1-for-1 doesn't sound great, but when you're behind, it's definitely worth it. And they're getting kills onto the members they need to. Stelly managed to pick up that other kill as well. So they're just stalling out. They don't really want to fight here, but they know they have to, and they're doing all they can. And it's working out.
And now on this bot side, we're seeing a little bit of a chase. The TP in from Lava allows the tankiness for the tower to sustain for just a wee bit longer. And again, every second
They're
counts.
looking for this.
That is going to be a chase forward. Zenith Blade does catch, stalls out that rolling rumble wall, which Pocky is going to flash away. Instead, they're going to turn onto this Leona and try and get the ground. Remember, no real damage here means that no one dies. So, Okanagan, this bot lane scrappy duo, that Samira and Leona stay alive.
That was close. And if NanoBen burning the ghost to try and get down there, if he had gotten there a second or two earlier, maybe they'd have gotten something. And that's good from Cardinals. They are showing fight. They're not just lying down and letting this game go, or bro, even down 6,000 gold. They're showing that, hey, those long lanes aren't necessarily an advantage. They're long enough for us to run you down the likes of a Rammus, like a Jinx.
And I like it here. They'll also pick up a bounty on the tower, get some extra gold in their pockets. Try and keep walking forward. The bounties are still up. So that does mean if you're able to find a couple kills in the mid, maybe, or a couple kills on top, whatever it goes to, hey, maybe you can push for some more and start to equate up. Little Asia, though, into a problematic area, gets shredded by a quarter, and Fake Enemy saying that Ghost Blade will do more than just chase you down.
Well, the Thornmill is doing a lot against Ghostblade. We're seeing that Fake Enemy doesn't actually have that much kill threat on his own. Ooh. And now he's caught.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying, not a whole lot in value. Tried to use the collaboration, but it ain't gonna work. Great kill, once again handed over to NanoBen.
Yeah, NanoBen with the Kraken Slayer now is gonna start to hurt, but Lava Lemonade!
That's a problem there. Auto not gonna secure it. Oh my lord, as we get a pause. We had a DC by Archer, and that is a little bit of hubris right there. Z-Struck thought the autos would take it, but Regen coming out of Lava to keep him alive.
I was just thinking, too, Lava Lemonade, you spec all into armor to deal with Wimdy, but there's no defense against Z-Struck over there, but Z-Struck... It's the autos. It didn't kill the armor. Actually came in handy to keep Lava Lemonade alive. And this close to your base, you have no problems. Z-Struck, though, as we can see on our screen, is about to run into some issues. I don't know if Little Asia is going to be able to survive, because same problem, right? All armor, no magic resist.
You're actually praying for a little difference, because we didn't see it on the mini map. You actually saw Stelly start to rotate in from the top side of the jungle. So it's like, hey, maybe you can get the pinch. Still, though, these little small mistakes may be an opportunity to see the likes of CSUDH have a way back in. I'm not saying it's great. Don't get me wrong. It's still a very small hole to work through. But if you keep digging, if you're able to keep scratching at those sides, you may be able to expand it out. You may be able to see the light at the end. And this is what you do. You scrap. I love the fact that, as you said before, CSUDH are not giving up. At every single moment, they are looking for an opportunity, looking for a chance to get even a scrap back.
And I think part of it is for Okanagan to decide how they want to play out the rest of this game, because doing what they had originally done looked good, and I thought that would be enough for them to be able to win, but we're seeing from Cardinals that's not the case anymore. And now Okanagan needs to play a little bit more carefully with their macro. Do they want to go for a 4-1 or a 5-man group? I think either of those would work. If they're bunched up together as 5, they should be able to win every team fight. They still have that 6,500 gold lead. If they want to go for a 4-1 split push, that's fine too. I don't think anybody can answer Wimdy, and they'd have to send at least 3 members to kill Wimdy, or even stop Wimdy from just split pushing. But split in the 1-2-1, that's when you're getting problems. That's when we're seeing Cardinals collapse with greater numbers and punish with kills. Sure, they are losing turrets for it, but it's a slow process, and you'd be able to do the same thing if you're doing a 4-1 as Okanagan.
I would also like to point out that they have had the great fortune or skill, one or the other, I'm not too sure, and maybe if we ever get them in an interview, we can ask. They have been able to funnel, I think, a primary amount or all of their current kills into NanoBen, which I think is one of the more impressive factors. It's to me at least, and maybe it's just me and my friends, but it is very difficult to give kills over when you're quite literally just hunting for a kill. That in itself should feel like a skill that CSUDH should be proud of.
Yeah, Selly as well, being able to pick up 2 kills for themselves is massive, right? So this is on the carry. So for Cardinals, things are kind of going right for them. And I should say that because obviously when you're down 6,500 gold, you can't say things are going great for you. But their mid game so far has been panning out really, really well. The collapses, as you mentioned, funneling the gold to the right people, that's setting them up for the late game. They still have to get over that hump. They're doing a great job with it, but it's on Okanagan to me. They're the ones with the proactivity, with the right to command the game with the lead that they have. And overall, 20 minutes is coming up. Baron is coming up. And if Okanagan get Baron, they accelerate the game massively at that point. And for Cardinals, the big question is, can they find a way to approach that fight appropriately? Can they win it? Not in a straight up fight. No. They need to find a creative way to either get a pick or kind of split up Okanagan Gold a little bit the way they have been doing up to this point.
Find ways to divert attention away from certain aspects of the game. It's to be able to divide and conquer, if you will. Now, taking a look here, for an optimal play coming out of Okanagan, what would you say the next 3 minutes pan out to be? Because I know you talked about a little bit later on already, we're approaching that 20-minute mark, but what would an optimal field look like for Okanagan? Because here's my thought. We are taking a look at, of course, CSUDH trying to get their pan, but on the same side, Okanagan need to solidify this game. They need to start looking better and better heading into playoffs, and this is a prime game to do it on, right? You have the lead, you have 6K, you have towers down. What would look like a clean closeout for this squad?
And you have your full roster. There's a chance that they might not actually have their starters for next game. So obviously they want to be able to pick this one up. I think you go for the 4-1. Let Wimdy split push on the bot side of the map. Baron should be coming up soon. That's the major objective. So you let Wimdy continue split pushing. You group up as 4. You pressure down either mid or top. I think I prefer mid at this point. You've already got it pushing top, if memory serves me right, from where the game got paused. I think Wimdy just took the top inner turret. So you've got a lot of pressure on that top side. So pushing the mid lane, set up vision in the jungle, and the moment anybody tries to respond to Wimdy on that bot side, pull the trigger on Baron, because you're going to have to send multiple people, and it's going to have to be Stelly and Lava Lemonade who answers Wimdy bot side. They're the only 2 with teleport. And heck, if you force a 5v5 later anyways, you should be able to win that. So Okanagan just want to force a fight on their terms instead of getting picked apart on Cardinals' terms.
I think I can agree with that one as well. Of course, maybe their egos get a little bit better of them. I mean, when you have a gold lead, you're like running around doing whatever you want to. You're having a great time. Taking a look on the flip, though, for CSUDH, what would an ideal look be for them to not win the game? I will not say win, because that is not the step that they should be looking at. What would be a perfect angle for them to start getting back in? What would the perfect amount of gold, and where would it come from, and where would those macro plays be for them to start looking a little bit better shape?
Perfect amount of gold would be 6,500 gold overall.
Okay, that's fair.
Close
That's fair. I said that
have.
and I rethought it. I was like, okay, maybe that question is a little bit off there, but you know.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, how they get it's the interesting part, right? Because already how they're getting the gold that they did in the last couple of bounties is really well played, right? They're collapsing, they're moving faster with that Rammus, like we're talking about. Rammus is a really strong, fast ganker, and the map opening up has actually benefited Little Asia a lot, especially when you can punish a bot lane, which is split. So I think for them, ideally, Okanagan continues to remain split. Okanagan is not grouped up, and you continue actively looking for these ganks. Now, if you can get 2 kills, and if one of them is onto the jungler there who's in the jungle right now, Fake Enemy, pardon me.
Fake Enemy, yeah.
I have to think for a second. If they can catch Fake Enemy and one other person on the side of Cardinals, that opens them up to be able to maybe look for that Baron, and that's risky. Ideally, I'd like to see them punish Wimdy and Fake Enemy, but that's a big ask. Other than that, they just want to slow down the game as much as possible. As you mentioned, winning is not the goal. Scaling up, buying time is the goal right now. And so you can get kills whenever you can push out a lane. That's a win for the Cardinals, and you just need to make sure you don't lose Baron.
It's always, we know what the end goal is, but sometimes you got to look very close to your feet to make sure you're not stepping off the beaten path. For right now, though, we are waiting to find someone that has walked off the path. Unfortunately, we are going to a very, very short break. Make sure we get them back on the path of the game to get us all rolling once again. Please don't go anywhere. The NECC will be right back in just a bit.
Message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling
And we are back straight in the game here as we had a little bit of a reround. We get to watch Z-Struck once again, unfortunately fail to claim that kill, and now we get to see the follow-up. The taunt comes in, Lil Asia is taking quite low, and now getting slapped by the soldier. Good scout of the week, though, to keep him alive. They are going to survive, so everyone walks away pretty happy, keeping themselves alive and not seeing the gray screen.
Not gonna lie, I actually thought Lil Asia was gonna go down there on that gag. I mean, Lil Asia already took a lot of damage coming off the jungle. And here we go. 20 minutes. Baron is up orbital. Wimdy has taken that top side inner. And now Baron is the hard objective. If Okanagan want to win, they need a hard commit to this Baron. And for Cardinals, here's where you get creative. Let's look at their vision. They don't have a lot around the Baron right now. They need to get eyes on there because I feel like that's the one place maybe they can win a fight if Baron have softened up Okanagan sufficiently with the debuff.
What they're actually looking for right now is saying, hey, we know you're not on Baron right now. We heard the Riptail get dropped topside, so maybe we got a chance to actually go for this Drake. Considering Okanagan is also getting close to Soul Point, I don't dislike this idea. However, Z-Struck might be looking for an opportunity. It is going to be sided. They do see the jungler, though, so this is a jungle versus non-jungle situation. Right now, Stelly, though, fighting it out, and that's going to be stolen. Or, no, not stolen. I lied.
Nope.
I saw the gold. I saw the gold border. I was like, it's stolen. Oh, wait, no. Jinx is on the other side. Right now, though, it's a whole different question. A jump in under the tower as fake enemy is stolen away. Look at that kill. Lil Asia said, give me that kill. Give me that gold. Now from Dragon to kill the mid into that top side, maybe looking to hunt down that Wimdy. I'm going to keep talking here because I'm very, very curious what happens. Wimdy actually saying, I want to keep fighting this one. Stelly does not want to take this. Stelly absolutely does not want to take this right now. Junior's going to walk out completely uncontested, and the rest of the team is now going to collapse in, and this is going to be a problem. Good knockback to start here, but no one else is there, and it's so
Wimdy.
dangerous. Wimdy now going to collapse on the back end. Work around with the rest of the team here, and the scout of the week catches one. They are taunted though and killed.
Keep going.
And now they might be able to follow up behind. Japaki is going to get shot back, and this is going to be the team fight aspect coming alive. However, Nano going to be taken quite low and almost chopped down, but it is Luden, so it's not going to be the burn. Well done to the rest of the squad, as that is going to be capitalized on. That is 4 kills in a row and a dragon, a massive influx of gold.
Remember the game plan, Orbital. It was kill fake enemy, kill Wimdy, go for Baron. Okay, they don't get the Baron, but they got the kills on Z-Struck and Japoki instead, and the gold gap starts closing. Cardinals coming online. Sure, they're still down 4,500 gold, but we see that, Orbital. The players don't. For Okanagan, it's got to be weighing on their minds right now. They went from, what was it, 6-2 or 5-2 to now 7-9. Cardinals are ahead in the kill game.
Welcome back to the mental aspect, and remember, we did say, although this composition for Okanagan has a lot of good damage, it is questionable in the late game. The taunt draws him back, and Stelly now gets free reign to poke. Keep in mind, this isn't a Azir you can hit from long range, just waiting for that soul to come back out. However, Baron is currently being started. Remember, they did see the Ramus, so this is the right call. However, take a look at how much damage Archer is taking. Remember, the debuff is coming out as well. I'm not sure if you actually want to say here, Archer's going to take one more shot. Nano is going to look at that. Might be the retake that you want. I'm not sure if you want to do that. Rocket to the face takes their life, but that's going to be the scout of the week into a kill. However, look at the zap. Look at the damage coming out. The Rockets are doing so much work. Lava now taking up the Baron instead and trying to scatter the way. No Ornhorn yet, but look at this, a massive AP damage and a flash right back out, an immediate run away from the rest of the squad.
Turn, they went too deep.
Goes Lil Asia. Lil Asia said, please can we fight this, and you are able to trade one collateral damage, or at least a little bit of a brick on the side. Fake enemy deters any follow-up, but that is going to put them at 11. However, on the bot side, Wimdy is able to take a tower, get 600 in their bucket.
Let's highlight the fact that Wimdy has Hull Breaker as well, because I really think without that Hull Breaker, this doesn't happen. Cardinals are actually answering back, and we said, hey, that Baron for Cardinals, they don't need to take it. And it will soften up Okanagan. The amount of debuff on Archer of Flame was a big reason why those rockets were hitting as hard as they looked. Stelly?
I mean, I don't think Stelly can get out. I was surprised. I honestly thought Wimdy was going to try and go over, but there were no extra dashes or anything of the sort. So, thankfully, Stelly is alive. A lot expended, though.
And Wimdy did that without his ultimate. Fate Seal just came back up. If that was up, you're probably right, Orbital, and Stelly doesn't get out. So Wimdy, still a massive problem. And now for Okanagan, it's a question of how they utilize that threat. Because they still have control of this game. It's a question of, have they realized it? And I need to see that 4-1 split push materialize. Even on that Baron, it wasn't really a 4-1. Archer of Flame had started that up before everybody was there. And that's a big reason why Baron didn't get shredded. Oh dear, Orbital, we've got another pause. Okay, this one's short. Good. So we're still right back into it.
We're okay. Don't go crazy right yet. Please don't. Game, hold on to us. Right now, I do agree though. We have to get back to understanding it is that moment of weakness that occurred, and they can't let it get to them. Okanagan still have to identify, and for this fact, the pings going down saying Baron is the right answer gives me a little bit of hope. Okanagan still deem it that they are stronger in that aspect, saying we can take the fight if we are together. However, I don't think Windy actually wants to, but Archer of Flame saying, I want to take this pink ward. Please let me get it. Little Asia says, okay. I allow you to take away that vision.
They had vision on where Nano Ben and Stelly were, so there's no real kill threat onto Archer of Flame until the carries get involved. And speaking of carries get involved, oh, Archer?
This is a problem. Archer doesn't realize how much damage is there. Rocket body block coming on a fake enemy. And honestly, that is a mess up from Okanagan. They have to be worried about this. Now it's going to be a 3-man order body block by that Todd, but it is going to come and scatter the weak on the back line. Into the fate sealed. The shove comes out, but it's a little too late. In goes the Inferno trigger, and death blooms from the back line. Triple kill to Jopaki, the only 3 they need.
I didn't think a Lotus took that long to bloom Orbital, but the Death Lotus took forever. Or I guess it's not Death Lotus, that's Katarina, isn't it? But for
yes,
Samira, the Inferno trigger took a long time to really get up to heat. And we were just talking about carries not getting involved. Who wasn't involved in the fights? Japoki. Those are the first kills Japoki picked up. A triple kill, and Japoki is 3, 2, and 2. The other carry who wasn't getting involved in team fights? Wimdy. We were talking about the fact that Yone can ignore all these tanks and get to the backline, and you saw it in that fight. As soon as Wimdy showed up, Nano Ben got his first death of the game.
Not just that, let's also give props to Z-Struck, who had a 4-man scatter the week, and now Nano Ben, we got to congratulate for getting the rocket from the back line. I do believe Z-Struck is also one shard away from getting the impacted, I think, 20% extra AP. And you know what? You're fine with that. Right now, Okanagan are quite literally back in control. And now, instead of just us seeing that lead, they should feel it as well.
Yeah, they need to maintain it, though, Orbital. And they're still kind of at a similar point to where they were before we got that pause, before the Cardinals start mounting a massive comeback. And that is Baron still on the table. The base has inhibitor turrets down, but they're still really good clear from Cardinals, and Cardinals are not locked into their base. A lot of times when we talk about inhibitors going down, the biggest issue is that the team that lost their inhibitors can't leave their base, and they're stuck in there. They don't have vision. They don't have ways to step out. Look at Cardinals. Has that been an issue? No. They've always been able to move when they need to.
Oh, and this is partially why, again, their aggression, their willingness to keep fighting is now going to birth possibilities galore. That's going to be a little bit of a solar flare coming down, but landing just shy of a kill. Look at the Rockets again. Jopaki is very, very low. Good block again. That little win is good. However, flash over the wall. Z-Struck is more than willing to risk their life, and I'm not sure that's what you want to do. Again, a give over to Stelly is optimal. But this is the call. Look at Wimdy pushing it as hard as it can. TP to the Nexus Tower, saying, I can't hang on to it in time. And I do agree with that call. However, in a 1v1 situation, Lava has to maintain. There is no knockup available. And instead, the rest of the team is coming in here. Wimdy has to run away. But body blocked from Little Asia. And now they can try and fight a little bit more, using everything they can to secure the kill. Lava Lemonade picks up their first of the game.
So Z-Struck knew exactly what he was doing when he flashed in there. No Nano Ben means no chance for Cardinals to pick up the Baron before they lose the game. They were trying to create that space for Wimdy. Unfortunately, Wimdy, he gets the inhibitor turret, which is great, but doesn't get the inhibitor. And we're right back to that Baron dance once again. Overall, look at those gold numbers. Besides the top lane, besides the jungle, everybody else has pretty much equalized things. And even for the jungle, fake enemy being up 2k gold to a Rammus at 30 minutes in is not that big a deal. Rammus with the Even Shroud, with Thornmill, you've pretty much already caught up to the point where you need to be. We've already seen fake enemy can't actually kill Little Asia 1v1 anymore.
Nope. It's a problem. It is a big one, and I love the fact that Lava Lemonade is also playing into that factor as well. Take a look. Still no Mythic, by the way. Opted for that Thornmails first, really went for that hard-hitting option. And I think already giving out a lot of those ornaments. You can see the carries that need it, Stelly and Nanoben, are more than happy to collect, and they are excited with those massive upgrades. As you were saying earlier, that gold difference is nigh untouchable, and as soon as Little Asia gets theirs, that's going to be even crazier.
I feel like, Roberto, we're hitting the point where one team fight is going to determine everything, right? If Cardinals
That's so weird to say too, but it's true.
yeah, Cardinals have stalled it long enough. If they win that Knicks big team fight, if they can ace Okanagan, they can't end the game necessarily, but they will have hit that point where their skilling has come online. They'll be able to get pick up Baron. They'll be able to push in. And for Okanagan, if they can win an ace, they just end the game. So they are now rushing down Baron. Cardinals have no actual vision in there, but they know it's being done.
Oh, well, Junior actually got knocked out. That's a problem.
Wimby!
But the fade sealed in the back is just enough to stall it out. It was well-timed, well-played, and honestly, on the side, Junior lost everything. Summoner spells galore are down, and same as the cleanse, Z-Struck was doing very well on the edge to secure that Baron for Okanagan.
And Cardinals, they've been doing so well before this, holding off the Baron, but Okanagan, they finally, by the way, this is the first time we've actually seen them take the Baron as 5. Before this, it has always been that 4-1, that sort of weird 1-3-1, and kind of teasing the Baron. No, this time they hard committed, they pick up Baron, and because of that, 10k gold lead Orbital, as well as a Flame Horizon in the top lane. They have all the tools they need to close this one out. That one big fight we were talking about, it might happen in Cardinal space.
Or, hear me out, it could happen around this dragon, right? This upcoming soul would be so much fun to watch as well. Just for silliness sake, right? I do understand why it should be in the base, but I want to see that dragon fought for. I want to see all objectives fought for, and I want to see a steal come through. Mostly because it's funny. Z-Struck, though, might be on the receiving end of a problem. That's going to be the scatter. We dodge out thanks to the ensemble, and then into a quick kill on their mid lane. It's going to follow up with fake enemy in the wrong spot. Remember, they don't have flash, and that's going to be a shot. But on the top side, that's going to be a kill trade. Wimdy, we have to keep eyes on that mini-map. However, this is going to be the call down. 30 seconds on the dragon, not going to be taken. Archer is going to try and run interference. A solo for on the top side. However, the rest of them are going to back away. Well-timed, well-called. But the inhibitors are going to fall. Massive win, honestly, for Okanagan, as they get a lot of play in this mid lane and top side. Everything working their way. Windy now trying to run away.
No ultimate.
Doesn't have ult, so if this taunt comes through, it's going to be a problem. Smite comes in. They're going to
Larisha!
chase and the taunt
lands!
I think that's it. That is going to be the grab. Windy is going to fall. They're trying to give it over. I'm not sure you want to. The chase is on, and you can't chase ever further. You have to go to that dragon. You have to stop a Windy, saved by the global objective.
The Hullbreaker is nuts. The amount of resistances Wimdy had. And now Asia, Nano Ben, Stelly going for this. Both carries are here. It shouldn't be able to be a steal. And Wimdy has just gone right back to top lane and just keep pushing.
I mean, you don't have to fight this dragon, right? Even if you die, you're okay. As long as Windy is pushing, that's going to be a solo for to come in.
Trying to stall.
Add a little bit of a punch. That's
Z-Struck behind.
Z-Struck
Nano
taking in from behind and gets to kill Amelia, but not a major target. Joe Pokey is going to try and fight it up.
Nano Ben's popping off.
Flash in works, and that's going to be a body blow. Meanwhile, in the base, it's going to be a little bit of a problem. But look, Windy is actually taking quite low. This is going to be different.
Nano Ben canceled.
Hang on. Gets the
Nano Ben's dead.
But look at the collateral damage. That's going to be a problem now. Stelly is going to try and do their magic, and it does. It happens. It works. Z-Struck is now taking low, and the chase, the taunt should bring their doom. Following up behind, Lava Lemonade was able to save the base at least for a short time further. No, they weren't. I was wondering what was going on. It's GG. Windy ends it on their own. It was looking close. We didn't see it, but Okanagan win. You know what? They didn't need to make it close, but they did.
When I spoke to teams, both teams told me that the last time they played, it was a close match. And I was thinking, okay, you know, Cardinals, they've got this up. It's going to be a little bit rougher on them. But my goodness, was the game close, Orbital. And for both these teams, even though Okanagan won, they're going to have to go back to a little bit to the drawing board to figure out what they want to do in game 2. Because like we said, they might have roster switch-ups. They might have substitutes coming in. And with the way game 1 went, that was not clean. It was fun. And hey, we love watching a little bit of messiness here. But the teams, I don't know if they agree with that.
At the same time, though, you got to give them props. They had an extended lead, and even off of that last fight, I don't think it was going to be over, right? I don't think it was over by a long margin. They were still well within it. I do, no matter what, I do have heart palpitations, right? I'm like sitting there, I'm like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Okay, let's throw a little bit of theory crafting while we wait. I want to give the players a little bit of a break, right? RMC,
okay.
If Lava Lemonade had won that fight and been able to save the Nexus, do you think, with the ensuing gold that flooded in, do you think their percentages of a win went up to 50-50, or do you think it was still down by like that 10-20% chance to win?
Aren't all games 50-50 overall? You either win or you lose? No.
Yeah, I know, right?
I think the odds are still really bad because the issue was that Wimby had already shown that you can't really answer him 1v1, even if Lava Lemonade had gotten the kill. It's because Wimby forced his way through 2 turrets with that hull breaker, right?
With
Once
no
he got an
minions,
exposed.
I think there was only 1 wave of minions. I think that was the other
Yeah,
side of it.
but by the time they caught up, I don't think that was the same wave you walked in with. So, and unfortunately for Cardinals, they do have to push out, right? If not, they end up losing the soul as well. So they have no choice. Eventually, they'll have to cede space, and then Windy will just kind of backdoor them. So I do think Okanagan, it would have been a huge struggle for them to lose that game, but with how close they got to that, it does speak to how resilient the Cardinals are. And I like that drafting strategy. They were confident enough to say, hey, we'll pick a late game skill and comp. And despite the fact that Lava Lemonade struggled so much in lane, the team fightings were really, really solid. The Ornhorn that was coming out from Lava Lemonade often was the engage they needed. And you could see that once Nanoban got rolling, once the Jinx got excited, they were able to run down members. And unfortunately, the Samira did not work for me for Japoki. Not saying Japoki's blade roll stopping the rockets, stopping the Jinx from doing damage, that was always on point. He stopped a lot of rockets with that. But you saw how the Samir struggled to get into fights because of range, and I think that is one thing Okanagan Gold needs to change up. If it had been a longer range AD carry, something, better suited to be able to answer a Jinx, I think Okanagan Gold would have had a much easier game 1.
Might not have been clean or any status of that, but it was fun to watch for us. At least we're going into game number 2 with high hopes of an entertaining game. Once again, we're going to wait and see if CSUDH are currently on the blue or red side, and we'll get back to you in just a bit. Please don't go anywhere.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. I burn bright just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Stuck in
I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times.
nights. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby.
And we are back, ready to go for game number 2. Players are ready. We are ready. The minions are ready. RMC, is your family ready on the Rift? Are they set to go ahead and play out another game of League of Legends?
Overall, only 1 out of 3. I'm not ready, and I'm a minion, and I'm one of us, and I don't feel like I'm ready after the last game. It was pretty crazy, honestly, and even until now, I'm still trying to parse what we just saw. But going into the game overall, it's worth noting that Cardinals have opted for red side, so no side changes and no roster changes. Okanagan is keeping their starting roster on. Cardinals are keeping the same players as well.
And the fact that they are jumping straight into draft means that they are ready and raring to go. This is very, very impressive. It doesn't look like we really have any player substitutions as well. So everyone's still staying in, which we love. Really huge props to all the players making it work here tonight. I personally know you don't want to make changes. You don't want to have to sub out. It sucks. Taking a look here, though, first adjustment. is going to be that Jinx, which I think is appropriate. Nanoben had an opportunity. If that game went a little bit later, that Jinx could have been the problem.
The only adjustment, actually. And it's funny that the Cardinals lost, and usually we're used to seeing the losing team make the adjustments to the draft. But no, Cardinals, like, it wasn't a draft this year. We're fine with that. And Okanagan, despite winning, we're like, no, we can't handle that Jinx. And it's true, they really did struggle to get onto Nanoben. I think Nanoben only died, like, what, twice that game or 3 times that game? The first death I remember took forever to come in.
Yes, it took a very long time. However, we're seeing a major shift in the top side. To give you a little bit of an idea, this Jax was a blind picked after the Yone and Darius were banned. So that is a big change up. And then the Volibear was also blind. I take that back. Volibear was blind. The Jax actually came out as the counter pick. And this is dangerous territory.
You know, they could both be blind, because when the Volibear was picked, we were thinking it was jungle originally, right? Like, we were talking about the fact that, hey, Little Asia did really, really well with the Rammus, but I'd like to see a stronger bridge in the early game, something that can gank a little bit better by itself, have a bit more agency. Volibear would have been perfect. So, to a large extent, I'm not sure if Wimby was expecting to play into that Volibear, thinking that's a jungle and I have to pick this blind. But already from this draft, you can see Cardinals much stronger early game with the J4, with the Volibear. Still a lot of tankiness, but a lot more damage as well.
Give that damage back. Have a little bit of fun. Fake enemy, though. Going still for a little bit of Bruiser-style build. The Viego coming out here, and then Z-Struct. By the way, we do have to point this out because the Diana came out afterwards. That was a blind pick Syndra. Z-Struct saying, I had a good enough time. Let's go ahead and do it again. This time, Stelly, a little bit more give or take. In this situation, you either give a lot of damage or you take a lot of damage. There is no in-between. This bot lane, though, I'm going to wait. We are going to see it come out here. RMC, you had some strong words when we saw this before in the pro draft.
So I'm personally a big fan of Swain. I used to play him in the mid lane before his rework, and post rework, I have been a big advocate of Swain, especially into engaged compositions. And what's important to note is we said Syndra was first pick. Well, Ashe Swain were the first 2 picks for Cardinals, and the moment that Swain gets picked up in the bot lane, engage becomes very, very dicey. But you can see the confidence Okanagan Gold had. They picked a Kai'Sa Alistar. It's not just an engaged support this time. It's not just a Leona for Archer. No. You got the Alistar and Kai'Sa as well. Kai'Sa largely plays inside of that Demonic Ascension range. And trying to go in on that Ashe, sure, Kai'Sa into Ashe, definitely not a bad matchup. But into the Swain, that's a tough one. So Okanagan Gold, it reminds me a lot of what happened last game with the Samira. Very, very short range. The idea is good, but the execution, the threshold for execution is so high. If you misplay, it's so difficult for Japoki to be able to survive in these team fights.
And not just that, following up behind Archer, a little bit questionable here as well. I mean, the Alistar, and not so much the play, right? Archer had some good moments in game number 1. The problem is the Alistar, it's such a headbutt pulverized situation. You're not going to get close. You're going to get one chance, and then you're not going to get anything else. And I think that has to be identified, because you look now on the flip side, everything pushed together, it is a wombo combo central for CSUDH. If you set yourself up, you are praying that the opponents stay within your range.
It feels like kind of both teams are actually really opting to go head into each other, right? Because you look at the Volibear, J4, Diana, they all want to go in too, and then you talk about the Alistar, but Jackson, Viego, they're melee champions as well. They too need to get in pretty short range. So this game overall, we thought last game was explosive. This one's going to be bloody. I fully expect these teams to go head on. And the 80 carries, once again, my focus goes back to that bot lane, because the difference between a Kai'Sa and an Ashe, both of them have, hair triggers. Both of them can just go in and start a fight, pop things off, but they do it very differently. Kai'Sa throws her body in and pumps out a bunch of damage. Ashe is very safe, but she doesn't do as much damage. She's long range engaged, and it really does feel like whichever team pulls the trigger first, and more importantly, pulls the trigger onto the right targets. If you can hit the squishies, your team is more likely to win that fight, because you can take somebody out immediately, and the resulting 5v4 with all the bodies thrown in there, well, you have the advantage of an extra body.
And I will say, on top of that, it is going to be even worse. I see no cleanses anywhere here. When you take a look at this composition, at least in my opinion, I would run a cleanse as an ADC. The fact that you're Kai'Sa saying, hey, I have enough skill, I can get away from these stuns, that is impressive. However, we're done talking about that bot side. We can talk about it more in-game. I have to direct our eyes to the top side, because there were some issues between Wimdy and Lava. Yes, Lava on this kind of sub situation was great on the Ornn for what it was. However, you gave a lot of benefit thanks to the ornaments. You don't have this time. That 0-3 is going to look a lot worse if it happens once again on a Volibear of all things.
Yeah, and one of the biggest complaints people have about Volibear, especially lane Volibear, is how he falls off. It's not that Volibear doesn't do anything later on, it's just that a lot of his base stats are high, and then he kind of skills off AP more than AD, right? So you either build him kind of tanky as a bruiser, or you build AP Volibear. But if you build AP Volibear, well, you better land that Sky Splitter, because a lot of your damage is on that skill shot. And into something like a Jax who can leap strike away, who can leap strike onto you, it does get a little bit dicey. So, given what we've seen in game one, I'm a little bit worried for Lava Lemonade. On the plus side, Volibear, great for enabling ganks. And this time with a J4 to boot as well. There's a lot of CC chain you can pump down. Jax is actually not that tanky inherently. A lot of his tankiness comes from the out stats and from the counter strike. So if you can play around that, and hey, if you're Volibear, love to damage his AP and not auto attack based, it's not a bad idea. It becomes very execution heavy, and you have to win out early. If you don't, well, kind of similar to what we saw with the Yone. We've seen Jaxes win games 1v5 as well.
And not just that, you have a secondary backup, right? The Viego is well known as a scaler into that mid to late game. It gets brutal, and if you end up in a 2v2 situation, if you give kills over to the side of the two bruises, you're in for a world of pain. Honestly, Fake Enemy had a decent time, some of the shining moments as well. The Graves had their moments with the collateral damage and, all that shot. However, in this situation, the Viego provides a much more dangerous scenario with that Heartbreaker able to section off opponents, get in much closer, and have the survivability as well. This all has the spellings of Fake Enemy becoming that MVP of Game 2.
I almost feel like Fake Enemy as well as Wimby kind of have to pop off this game a little bit, because I've already expressed a lot of doubts about the bot lane and how I think this Kaisa Alistar is going to be able to operate in these team fights. So it feels like we kind of go back into that top lane. It's got to be Wimby on this, Jax popping off. And with the Viego as well, one thing we should note is last game, when we did see Fake Enemy pop off the Graves, a lot of it was positioning well, making use of the range advantage he had on that Graves. This time you don't have that. Your Viego goes in, and either he needs to burst fast enough, hard enough to get the resets, or you just get popped in exchange. And that means Fake Enemy has to stay ahead of the curve. We saw Little Asia, I think, get off more ganks than I think I saw Fake Enemy be able to get. So this time, Fake Enemy has to outpace Little Asia.
It's instead of quality versus quality versus quantity, it better be quality and quantity in your back pocket, and that might be enabled depending if that Syndra is able to get online. Now, keep in mind this mid lane, we haven't really touched on it that much because it was by far the most even and less turbulent match until we hit about the mid game, once about 14 and a half minutes rolled around. The problem that I wanted to express before we get into game is the Syndra going to have an amazing time, or is Stelly going to be able to be that? Because Stelly is well known as a little bit more aggressive, has the talent in the back pocket, that's why it's banned, is a little bit more comfortable with these, all or nothing champions.
So let's talk about the players first, because last game, I agree, we did not give enough attention to the mid laners, because what they were doing was disengaging fights, right? The Emperor's Divide that came through from Stelly was absolutely massive. We saw a couple really great shuffles early on as well. Later on, Stelly didn't have the bandwidth or the space in those fights to use it aggressively, but defensively it was great. And Z-Struck, those Scatter the Weeks over and over again saved Okanagan Gold from getting engaged on multiple times. A lot of times, Lava Lemonade, great or notes, but the team couldn't follow up because of the Scatter of the Week. So both of them mechanically great. Now, we know how good Z-Struck is on this Syndra. The question now is Stelly on this Diana, because Diana can't disengage, even if she wanted to. At best, she can just engage harder than they can deal with. And then maybe your Moonfall pulls them back towards you. So this time, Stelly, I guess, is going to be a bit more comfortable with the engage idea. As you mentioned, the fact that they play things like the Talon as well, things that like to go in, things like Katarina. So maybe this will be more in Stelly's wheelhouse, but also the play style of Cardinals change as well. There is no safety here. There is no peel. You're all in on these kills, and that's why I called for Bloodbath early on. Now, the champion matchup, that gets a little bit dicey, because I've seen Syndra use as a counter to Diana in the mid lane back when Diana was a bit more popular. Scatter the Weak timed right will disengage the Lunar Rush every single time. You will knock her back, it will stop the charge from going through, and then she can't do anything. You can also knock her back from that Moonfall if you're not caught in the initial pull, and that means the second tick doesn't go off or doesn't do damage onto the Syndra. So this is a 100% skill matchup, and Z-Struck has to land those Scatter the Weeks. If not, Diana will win these trades, will win these all-ins. So it just comes down to how good are you at landing that knockback.
And I want to pose a little fun question, because I just thought about this and I thought it'd be really, really silly. What if every time you recalled, or at will, if you're Diana, you get to swap which hand your sword is in? I want to ask you, how much would that change the skill matchup? Because as many people know that have played against Diana, the the location of where that blade comes out to be able to lock on, get that tag on you to get the Lunar Rush, that's part of the skill matchup, right?
Yeah, so the Crescent Strike always goes counterclockwise. Always. If you were to swap it, it'd be a lot more complicated because obviously you have to track which side it's coming off, right? Because it actually matters in terms of being able to dodge it, because it always comes out counterclockwise. You can kind of move away or move in sometimes to play around with that crescent angle, whereas if it's coming from the other side, it will catch you. So would it make it a lot harder? Yes, but it make it harder for both people because Diana has to track it as well, or else you're gonna start missing too.
True.
I assume the indicator would show you, but that's only if you don't quick cast, right? If you quick cast and look, Orbital. Why do we expect anything different? We are into the game and into the most memorable part of the game, the pause.
Listen, as a minion, are these your best times? Because I mean, you don't have to walk anymore. You're just like kind of chilling there. What happens in a pause with the minions? Do they just take like their designated 10-minute break?
No, it's like stasis. Like you can't do anything, so everybody's just kind of like stuck there, waiting. It's like when you press Zonias, right? What are you doing? You're just sitting there waiting for your stasis to kind of wear out. So same thing here. As you could maybe see a little bit on screen, it does appear that unfortunately Archer of Flame is still continuing to have PC issues. So hopefully that does get resolved.
Yeah, that is always something that really frustrates a lot of players as well. And we also understand, the situations where sometimes it's out of your hands, and we get it. And that's why I say big respect to all the players. As we said before, there were possibly some roster changes, the subs coming in and everything, really on all the players to kind of get through this matchup. So very, very fun there. Taking a look, though, it does look like it is going to be a very simple setup here. 5-point, just like before. No one really getting very antsy. Taking a look, though, I was double checking, and it is going to be double TPs on both ends. So no crazy ignites, no crazy dances of death to be seen. As much as I would like I like seeing Jaxes with ignites and just full on hamming up in the top lane.
Oh, hold on. What do you mean 5-point like standard? Last game we didn't see a 5-point. We saw Okanagan invade and set Little Asia behind.
True. Okay,
massively. Okay. So if this game, I don't think we are going to see that, right? Because J4 early on isn't weak. The banner of command, the buffs it gives you is pretty big. Volibear as well, level 1 is surprisingly chunky. Ashe with the arrows, she'll be able to outrange and volley and poke down everybody else. So I'm not expecting an invade. I think that's good for Cardinals because, like I said before, Little Asia played the mid game really well with the ganks. Imagine what Little Asia can do on J4, a ganking jungler early, if he isn't set behind. I'd like to see that, Orbital.
Imagine you dive in just willy-nilly with the lethality builds that you see in ARAMs, right? How much fun would Little Asia have on that? Because,
true.
I mean, if you want kills, that's one way to do it, right?
Yeah, and there's no dedicated tank on the side of Okanagan, right? You've got bruisers, but even then, a lot of times Jax likes to build a little bit more damage initially. Same with Viego. Often their first item is not a defensive item. And pause is over. Orbital looks like Archer of Flame has managed to sort out their tech issues for now. There is, of course, this little bit of a pause, which happens. Spectator. Riot has not updated the Spectator. Actually, have we had the bug tonight where we've seen incredible damage numbers come through for no reason?
Yes, we still have that, by the way.
Okay.
I've been seeing that, and it's still very funny to me. I still love it so much. Have you seen the negative numbers that they do?
No, I'm going to be honest. I've been just zoning out on all the numbers. I'm just looking at health bars and the way they drop in.
So this is very, very awesome to see. There are some points will come up. So 9,999 damage is very regular, right? We see that when I think walls break. Usually it's it's capped at 9,999, and it takes 9,999. However, in some healing situations, you will see a negative 2,757,000, all the craziness. It is so great. It's a massive string of numbers that I just sit there going, really? Are we serious right now? It's so good.
What was that game mode where it was everything was just hammed up, all the cooldowns for Earth? Was it Earth? Yeah. It's Earth, right? But all the numbers are inflated.
I want to say that, or it was Doombots, right? Doombots.
Oh, yeah, Doombots. Okay, yeah.
Right? But taking a look here, I do also want to point out, interestingly enough, Little Asia. It was not a spectator bug, or it wasn't the jungle having issues. Little Asia just prefers not to run with a potion in pocket.
Yeah, so I guess last game as well, it wasn't that Little Asia got forced back. They just decided, hey, I don't need the pots. And I kind of like the idea, especially if you're not worried about getting invaded on. Last game, a little bit risky. Hey, still survived, and it's worth it. It's an extra 50 gold in pocket. I don't think it actually changes the breakpoints for any of these junglers as to when they want it back. But hey, 50 gold saved is still 50 gold invested, right?
True. True. Every little bit helps. That's why I run futures market. Not because I can't see us. Don't ask me questions. I totally see us just fine. Windy, though, starting with the Counter-Strike, happily going to go ahead and take a leap or two. Taking a look at the Crescents in the mid lane, though. Everyone getting their pieces. Yep, there we saw it. 9,999. Definitely here in the game. I like it. Let's see how many times we see that.
You know, that happens with terrain a lot of times because terrain's actually coded as minions. They're just...
Wait, really?
What you don't... Yeah, actually, like
Is
all
that
those
your
walls...
long-lost cousin, Steve?
Yeah, no, you know, like how like ninjas used to like hold up the thing to blend into the wall, like they hold up like a cloth. That's basically minions just holding up pieces of terrain. It just looks like terrain. It's the same
They were
reason
the
why
ones I couldn't hack it in the lane, so they got given a cloth and said, "You can't be seen. You failed minion training, so you get made as terrain."
it's the same thing. You just show up in the lane and you just stand there and die, right? that's a minion show.
That's so sad. Now I'm so sad about all the Ornn barriers that have been broken, right? Like all of those pieces. Meanwhile, we're seeing a little bit of the HP break now as Stelly is trying to get a little bit of dance. Good scout of the week, though, as Z-Struck is setting themselves up for success in the mid lane. Stelly tried to go aggressive, but instead got punished by Fake Enemy. Great call by Fake Enemy as well. Knew that aggression was going to come out at level 3.
And I want to highlight Stelly as well, using the Lunar Rush to dodge out on the stun that came through from Fake Enemy. A lot of times we think of Lunar Rush as an engage tool, as an aggressive tool, but able to use it on a minion to reposition is massive. Saves the flash, and Stelly, sure, took a little bit of damage, but when you look at what Z-Struck had to take as well, Stelly's fine to trade. It was pretty even. A little bit on the losing side, but hey, also make up for that.
By the way, you and I were talking about it before, a little bit before the game or match actually started, and we were wondering which side of the Kaisa would come out. It is going to be that attack speed Kaisa. Go ahead, see lethal tempo in there. So this is going to be up close and personal, hopefully getting those trades of value. Now a look in the mid lane, though. Asia also making their own visit. However, sitting on top of a ward causes a few complications.
And that's Fake Enemy's ward, by the way. Z-Struck has actually not chopped the ward yet. 2 stacks of the yellow trinket. So great play from Fake Enemy to keep their mid laner alive. Overall, you said enough of bot lane earlier. Do I get to rant more on this Kaisa pick now? We are in game after all.
Hold on, let me double check what's going to go down. Windy gets a couple trades. Okay, no, you can't.
Okay, so the Kaisa. The only build which I thought would be half decent would be sort of the range poke build. Oh, Lava Lemonade? Wait, hold up.
Shield is up. Couple slaps. Okay, they're fine.
I'm actually kind of scared because I think Wimdy might be able to get kill on next combo, especially if he can stack the minions on that Counter-Strike, and we're seeing Fake Enemy roam up top as well.
All right, well, you know what? We'll hold off thoughts on that Kaisa
didn't see him
yet. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Lava Lemonade now sees it. Does have flash available if you're able to dodge out, but the shield might not come up in time. Yes, it does. Are you going to flash out one more auto attack underneath the tower? Both flashes at least. So Fake Enemy and Windy go ahead and collect first blood. Assist, though, to Windy.
Oh, Stelly control. There's that Crescent I was warning about, and Stelly taking a lot of minion damage. Those 5 casters were hammering the entire way. So mid lane's trades getting kind of dicey, despite the fact that we expect Diana to win these all-ins.
A little bit of a difference there, and I'm very interested to see what happens at level 6. Heavy trading, though, has granted Stelly a little bit of a reprieve in the mid lane. Z-Struck more than willing. There it is, finally TPing in to that mid, whereas Stelly was able to gather, I think, another wave or so back down level 6.
Yeah, and more importantly, unfortunately, Z-Struck's coming back with no combat stats, right? The Sapphire Crystal, as well as Tear of the Goddess. A lot of mana, but nothing to help with combat. Stelly's coming back with an Amp Tome, as well as the Dark Seal there. So Z-Struck has to be very careful. If you die, that snowballing from the Diana is going to become an issue. And unlike top lane, mid laners roam.
Well, they should, I should say. Right now, though, Fake Enemy is roaming way more than others. That's going to be a jump under as Archer is actually going to be in a bit of trouble. Took a tower shot, and with those
they can turn
flurries of arrows, it's going to be a difference. That's going to be one more auto attack, and then the
kill.
The
triumph!
The heal came out. There's the final blow. Junior is able to take it. However, great attempt by Fake Enemy to gather up a little bit more. That's going to be another stun as Lava Lemonade has nothing in pocket. One more hit should take it, and Wimdy says, thank you very much. 1-0-1 in the top side. Now a lot of 9,999 damage. 9k all the way around as Z-Struck is trying to fight the way out. Now on the bot side, once again, Lil Asia is going to get a re-gank off, or at least a revenge gank as Japaki is trying to run away. Shut down for Lil Asia on the J4.
Stelly's wanting to collapse down. Little Asia needs to keep chasing. Flag track.
Not gonna land, and that means that Jopaki gets great damage there. Quarter HP gone. Thumbs up from the side of Junior, who was able to thwart off the dive on the bot side.
Oh man, I got really scared for Japoki for a second there. I was like, it lands. If it lands, they might die. But yeah, they called it off for now, and Japoki will be able to survive. Japoki, though, able to pick up quite a bit of CS as well on that push in, especially since Nano Ben was dead. So I think Japoki will be okay with that. Archer of Flame, probably not as happy he died, but hey, it is what it is, right?
They'll be okay. They'll survive, I'm sure. There's going to be more attempts later on, and it's just like, okay, that's fine. Archer, though, being an absolute annoyance here to Little Asia. Little Asia was trying to go for the plant, and Archer's like, nah, this is mine. I'm full of HP. It doesn't matter, but it makes my tummy a little bit more full.
I love the fact that the jungler can't do anything against support when it just comes to straight zoning. Ooh. Okay, the ward does get blocked out by a pink, I think, or was it? Did they not finish clearing of the sweeper?
I don't think so.
Rip. Okay, that's good for Cardinals.
Yes, it's still on there, so it will counteract. It looks like the scuttle.
Yeah. Okay, that's good for Cardinals, because they do want to make sure that, hey, they see incoming ganks, especially when Fake Enemy has already ganked the bot lane once, and you're seeing such a big discrepancy between the AD carries. We talked a lot about Swain being able to neutralize a lot of what Kai'Sa wants to do, but gold solves a myriad of sins overall. The Roman Catholic Church used to sell pardons. In League of Legends, we sell items. Same thing. You sin, buy an item, you kill them anyways.
Ooh, and looking for a bit more as well as this wave is stacking up. Keep in mind, Nanoben, for all that's gone down, unfortunately, is falling behind a decent amount. I think this wave will be able to catch him up. Getting close, I want to say about 10 CS behind instead of the 20 that we're seeing there. So it's its own kind of hellhole for Nanoben right now as Japoki and Archer are more than willing to roam, get multiple wards down. Pink ward actually being dropped, and now Japoki might be in a rough spot. Great damage being laid in. Look at that, 50 to 55% in the snap.
One full combo, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up. So if Low Asia wants to gank, or heck, if Stelly wants to gank as well, bot lane looking kind of juicy. But I'm looking at Low Asia and Stelly right now. Stelly has been shoved under turret. Z-Struck is keeping them locked in, and Low Asia right now near the top half of the map. Junior has ult.
I mean, that's a good headbutt out, but that's going to put him right in a dangerous
out.
scenario. Good dodge on the side, Japoki with the sidestep. However, that is the burn that we're going to see. Nanoben puts the hurt down. We were saying this was a questionable lane setup, and it's not a great one for Okanagan. CSUDH trying to make the best of it.
I feel a bit bad for Archer as well, because in the initial trade when Nanoben died, Archer died as well. And because of that, Archer missed the XP. Junior hit 6 first and just walks right into them. Archer did not have the unbreakable will to get out. And there you go. As soon as they get that bot side pressure, Low Asia is there to secure that dragon as well.
So far, CSUDH, this adjustment from full late game to a little bit more early mid, has kept them in pace. 3 kills apiece, 1 dragon to their name, and only 1,000 gold behind. I would dub that as an absolute victory. However, Little Asia not exactly going to enjoy this one. Gets knocked up, gets slaughtered, gets punched.
That's huge.
That's a great follow behind. Fake Enemy adjusting and predicting where the Flag and Drag was going to go.
Fake Enemy heard you over, and they're like, nope, that's a partial victory at best. I'm about to equalize it. And let's not forget this top lane. Wimdy is still farming up a storm. Sure, not as many kills, but it's still working really, really well. Junior, again, lands a root.
Oh, and this time it's a little bit of a problem. In comes the Moonfall. Beautifully done. And for all that Wimdy has, remember, it's a challenge to say the least. Stelly and Nanoben are going to put up the best fight of their lives to try and work against Wimdy once towers break.
And again, I'm not even looking at Nanoben. I'm looking at Junior right now. Junior 1-0-4, and I am terrified. If this Swain gets fed, that's going to be the big issue for Okanagan to try and play into with all the short ranges that they have. Thankfully, Japoki wasn't there on that invade, so Japoki will still be able to pick up CS, keep that lead, at least in the AD carry matchup. Again, it's more about the supports, I feel like, in this bot lane right now.
I mean, that's some of the best. However, we couldn't even show you what happened topside because it's just a little bit too brutal. Lava Lemonade unfortunately falls for the 3rd time, and as we said, it's a dangerous scenario. You're not the Orange. You can't give extra benefits to the rest of the team. That's going to be the problem. However, Unbreakable Will on the bot side is now up and available.
TP?
Because of that, that's going to be the charge. The TP in Archer flashing after behind, and that's going to be a little bit of the ascension.
Archer
try and
dies?
turn it around.
Oh,
forced flash out, but with Windy there, you cannot follow up.
And Wimdy, okay, for Wimdy, burning the teleport's not that big an issue in lane because he's so incredibly far ahead. He's more than double Lava Lemonade CS. And we mentioned before, hey, if your Volibear starts to fall behind, that's going to be an issue, especially into like the Jax. Stelly able to dodge Scatter of the Week.
This is going to be a punch. This is a problem. Force Flash out. Stelly, Summoner advantage in the mid lane.
But that's the sort of trades we're seeing now in the mid and bot lane. Remember, like we saw Archer of Flame get wrecked under his own turret. When he got pulled up, he lost 2/3 of his health. Even Unbreakable had to be used. Now in the mid lane, if Z-Struck misses Scatter of the Week, you see that Stelly, that's 80% of their health. Without Flash, that's 100% kill. Because Moonfall was available. If you don't have Flash, you get pulled in. Stelly was just trying to burn it to set up for later. And Cardinals right now, they are running mid and bot. They might be behind in gold, but if they could leverage that towards objectives, they can very quickly catch up.
This is going to be the other challenge. Right now, junglers are meeting each other, but a great call out. Run away, Lil Asia. Allow your team to get it. 10K all the way around as Stelly picks up their first.
Yeah, Okanagan Gold need to start respecting the fact that Stelly is getting hit, the fact that Little Asia is getting hit, the fact that Nano Ben and Junior are ahead. If you want to gank, go gank top lane. And it's not to get Wimdy ahead. Wimdy's already ahead. You're going top lane to kill Lava Lemonade for extra assist gold. And you really need to unlock Wimdy as well. If you want to win those skirmishes, Wimdy's got to be there for Okanagan.
It's the age-old saying, don't gank a weak lane, gank your stronger one, keep them ahead, right? That might be a viable strategy as well. You can see here the Rift Shield actually being dropped on the top side all the way from base. So Wimdy is going to try, maybe stick around, but if not, it's just going to let it crash. In the meantime, that alleviates a lot of pressure from the mid and bot side. You know the Herald's not going to drop your way. And with no other global objectives currently up, every single lane of CSUDH mine top is allowed to fully focus on their lane opponents.
You're going to be honest, not a huge fan of the timing for Wimdy to back right there. I'm actually not even sure Herald will crash in time to get the plates. 20 seconds, and Lava Lemonade doing a great job right now, just buying space and time away from the turret. Pokey?
Japoki, great arrow, but that's going to be a problem. I was watching it, I was like, Archer, body blocking most of it, and this is the other side of it, right? Nanoben thought that they had the damage. However, Japoki already has that Kraken Slayer.
I think Nanoben stepped out just a little bit too far. If you just stay behind Junior, you'll be nice and safe. But props to Japoki, right? We saw this last game to Samira as well. If he can get in safely, he can win that. The problem is getting in safely. Lil Asia able to secure that one. It's a 3v3 for now.
But a 3v3 without the Ascension is a little bit of a problem. So, wisely backing away. They got what they wanted. CSUDH are fine. Lava Lemonade, though, this is looking like a very diveable situation. The Divine Thunder doing so much work. Wendy's just like, give me a moment. There it is with all those spells up. There's going to be a collapse in and a good dodge thanks to the counter-strike. Wimdy is just outside turret range, and it's a perfect dive just outside of tower range.
I just want to say, Lava Lemonade did everything right in that situation. You're just too far down in experience and go. And Wimdy also did most things right. So, advantage to Jackson now. Here's that breakpoint that Okanagan was kind of waiting for, right? Wimdy takes that turret. Wimdy starts to roam around, and great stop through. Stelly right now, yep. It's all about that Scatter of the Week. If it's up, Stelly's going to struggle a little bit. Oh, Junior's there.
And I mean, not just seeing that, but the chase is something that we haven't seen too much of coming out of the side of Okanagan. But this is going to be the challenge. Great catalyst to keep him in the middle, and a great knockup behind. And then the draw with the Moonfall cuts them all to pieces. That's going to be a double kill. Stelly looking for another, but has to flash away. Wimdy taken quite low. Can they follow up? Yes, one more auto attack would take, but Lil Asia is going to chase behind. Big enemy trying to chase after Stelly. But now they're in a problematic area. Arrow flies right by as the shutdown goes the way of J4. And Lava Lemonade picks up fake enemy. CSUDH, the scattered fights, the scrappiness brings them back to even.
Look at those low health bars, Orbital. Little Asia Stelly barely survived, but they did. And more importantly, they killed Wimdy. They killed Fake Enemy. They killed Z-Struck. They were way ahead of that play. And Cardinals, for the first time this game, are, okay, I was going to say up gold. They are even.
They were even.
In
they
gold.
brought back to even on that.
Yeah, but you think about it for a second. All the gold for Okanagan is sat on Wimdy right now, whereas Cardinals have it spread out across multiple members. So as long as Cardinals can shut down Wimdy, or Wimdy's not at a fight, Cardinals are actually up in gold.
And to understand that one as well, I think this is going to be the moment where we see Okanagan look to try and get some more wards down, right? That gank pathing is a little bit dangerous, and you have to be worried about it. Now taking a look, Archer getting run down, and that's going to be the slow. That's going to be the damage again. Nanobend this time not flashing into the face of the opponent, even through that Unbreakable Will. You're just dead. There is not a single chance. Flash out from both, and a flash forward with the Q. And that's going to be Junior to stay alive. The Ascension actually giving him a lot of HP back. Now another orb on the top side is not going to land, but Japoki does not want to follow up. What a crazy TP from behind. Z-Struck does have flash as well. That's going to be the slow. A TP coming in on the other side. And it's going to be denied. Stelly says, stay away from my bot lane. A great 2v2.
Here we go.
The follow-up behind those Z-Struck. You do have flash, but I'm not sure you can get away. It's just a Moonfall. You can't even waste the Summoner Spell. CSUDH from the bot to the mid. Cover 3. Two. Japoki wins.
Yes, Javoki. Well, Archer died, so 2. Yeah, that's right. So we mentioned before, Syndrome matchup, you need the scout of the week. The moment it was down, you saw Stelly just running them down, and now Stelly's just not afraid. There's no scout of the week here. I'm not afraid of Fake Enemy. We can do this. And we said this before. Okanagan Gold, they kind of need to respect, I think, Cardinals a little bit more. And it's so ironic because we were talking about Cardinals as a scrappy team. Okanagan is the scrappier team. They're the ones who keep looking for these skirmishes, whether or not they're actually stronger for them.
That's going to be a problem. So going back to what we were talking about, right, that vision information game, the wards coming down and the TPs that are being expended are very, very important. I think that is going to be the name of the game here. Okanagan need to identify that. Without Wimdy, you can't actually win a lot of these fights. Japoki was winning earlier, but you need to get a few more items in this Kaisa before you can really step forward. Looking at Dragon in about 2 minutes, that's going to be the call down, and at 20 minutes it is going to be Baron, but I don't think either team is going to be looking there. So I want to see those wards. I want to see that ward line from Okanagan be spread a little bit further out and a little bit more into enemy territory. And CSUDH, they should be in enemy territory with their wards.
And for now, I think Okanagan have done a good job with their vision line around this dragon, but you're a minute away. Some of that's going to expire. And for Cardinals, if we're talking vision, they have Hawkshot. That is a tool that Okanagan cannot match. So we'll have to see if that is able to pan out. Both supports have ults available. We're seeing Fake Enemy try and sneak in, but the vision from Cardinals in this bot lane right now is omnipresent. It feels like they know everything that's happening.
Not just that, I mean, that's both Flash and Ghost on Nanobend, so I don't know how far this can actually go. They step up and they're looking. Japoki tries to go in with the Killer Instinct, but it's not going to work. That's going to be a fall behind. Nanobend is going to jump away and try and stay alive, but it's not going to work. Instead, it's a tower dive, and now Z-Struck without TP is going to get in the mix, but it's only for a little bit of safety. Okanagan are able to trade out both ADC's lives.
Yeah, so that, I think, is probably going to put a damper on this dragon potentially. I don't know if the teams will want to go in. I will say though, it's critical, and it's important to note that Japoki, this is the first time that the trade has not gone in favor of Japoki, and this is the way Swain should be playing. If Nanobend is behind Swain, you see how difficult it is for Japoki to put out damage, and he's eating the Demonic Ascension the entire time. This is a Swain who doesn't have items yet, who's rushing the likes of Azonias. Z-Shrug? Great flash.
Very nicely done, but hoping for another chance. That's going to be a cut down as now Windy finally in the middle of the mix saying, yes, it is my time. I am with the team. I have my Divine Sunder, and just in time for this objective.
And with that, Okanagan able to secure this one, walking into it. Unfortunately for Cardinals, they don't want any piece of this. A lot of their wins have been either defensive in the bot lane or coming off Little Asia and Stelly going in together. Without Stelly available, without that Moonfall available, they don't want any of that. Junior getting cut off in the lane.
Oh no, this is a problem.
That's huge.
Junior, you don't really have that much behind, and this is the other side of the Swain, right? You kind of get run down if you're alone at points. It's scary, and now it's Nanobend's turn. Nanobend, I don't think you really got help. I'm sorry. I didn't want to watch that, but I had to. I'm sorry.
It's the price you pay. And unfortunately for Nanobend too, there's literally nothing you can do. As the AD carry, you watch your support get picked off mid-transit by 3 members, you're like, I'm dead. Let's just farm what I can. That's unfortunate. Junior also didn't have Demonic Ascension, so there wasn't really much to say for Junior, unfortunately. You can't even try and buy time. I like, though, that Cardinals' Lava Lemonade was able to at least farm up a little bit, try and close that CS gap, and get some damage on the turret. There's there's no plating, so it's either all or bust on that turret. But hey, you're setting up, and next time Wimdy goes Roman, maybe Lava Lemonade can cash in.
Maybe we say that with all the love in our hearts, but right now we are seeing a little bit of a shift with those kills early. CSUDH have not had the most fantastic time, and really actually giving back to Wimdy, that's allowed them to actually go even harder. This is going to be a problem. The flash forward to follow behind, and it's only going to continue. I mean, this is tried and true. The fighter is working wonders against the bear. Now Lil Asia is actually going to feel that end as well, because with your top laner down, Fake Enemy felt okay to walk forward. However, a great jump over to that blast cone gets him out to safety.
Fancy feed from Fake Enemy. Love to see it. Breaking ankles as well, using the blast cone. If he had known, he should have probably popped it right away, but he didn't. And the fact that he's able to position himself to get over the wall with no one else, huge. Japoki taking advantage of that one. And ooh, wow, one Void Seeker able to answer back the poke that Nano Ben put in.
Feels good, man. Japoki, this Kaisa that you and I were talking about needs to pop off as well if they want to be relevant, right? They need to have an extended lead. They need to be on point. And so far, 2-1-1 with a decent CS lead is possible. We haven't really seen a full team fight break out yet, though. So we haven't seen the full action of Japoki, especially with Global Objectives not really up right now. It's still a chance between two, right? Everyone's just kind of hunting for each other, maybe inside of the jungle right now. Ooh, that's going to be a catch, though, Japoki. All right, you're okay.
Yeah, no full up to be had just yet, and Okanagan knew that. They're pressuring in multiple lanes. And the team fight, bro, we've not seen the full 5-man team fight, and that's what these comps have promised us, right? There's so much engage to come through. I am a little bit concerned, though, because this game's not like the first game. First game, Cardinals have very clear scaling. It's a time attack. If they get late enough, they win out. This time, they don't have that in their favor. So Okanagan actually have the better scaling with the likes of the Syndra and the Jax. The big question is, are they going to be able to rotate their people around? I'm still seeing Wimdy playing his PvE game up top, and that was what caused Okanagan to really struggle in game one. Yes, he was incredibly fed, but he wasn't there for his fights. And now, with all of them kind of setting up around the Baron, which has spawned, setting up for Dragon a minute and a half, I feel like if Okanagan try and play that PvE game, Cardinals are just going to run them over.
I mean, that's what they're hoping for, especially with this Hex Tech, which I oohed and awed at before. This Hex Tech could actually make or break the game, I think, because you also get a little bit of a slow if you get the soul. So not only do you get extra ability haste, not only do you get a little bit of attack speed, but you get a lot of fun behind it as well. You get to slow the enemy, you get to keep in contact with them, which chasing after the likes of the Okanagan squad, they're not going to enjoy that much. So that is kind of looming over their head in a sense. So CSUDH, not only will they have a little bit of fun if Okanagan are a little bit slow to some of these objectives, but if you give over the wrong thing, then your life just becomes infinitely worse thanks to Summoner's Rift, just giving you a not so great roll.
Yeah, additional attack speed, additional ability haste, and that Ash passive on everybody. Yeah, that is very annoying. For now, though, that hasn't happened. And Okanagan doing a good job, grouping up, playing towards that top side a little bit, clearing out the vision around Baron, but that comes at the expense of Dragon and Cardinals. They're looking for an ambush. Keep in mind, Hex Gates means that it's possible to get behind the enemy team without them realizing.
Well, let's see what's set up here. Dragon up in about 25 seconds, so a very early persistent setup here by 3 in the mid-river area. Japoki and Archer may not be ready for this. This call down is going to be a problem. They're spotted out as well. Archer is going to walk almost directly into it, and because they're split, they can turn their ideas as well. The arrow misses, but it's still going to be enough. The double jump with the flash will deny NECC's life. Fake Enemy now inside the shroud, might not be able to do too much. TP coming in from Wimdy. Ults are being used though, and they jump in right on top of the demonic extension. I'm not sure this is what you want to do. However, on the other side, Z-Struck is trying to take out Stelly. Stelly trying to do him fall, but it's not going to work. And because of that, the fight is on. Nanoben gets jumped on the backside. Heartbreaker breaks some hearts, and then the Scout of the Week keeps them all in line. Junior, you may be fed, but you're only a support. And guess who got the triple? It was Fake Enemy turning into a real enemy. Quadra kill to get the team ace, if you will.
Well, bro, we were talking about the team fight, and we got it. Sure, it was a little bit late. Japoki was dead, but Wimdy shows up. Wimdy wins fights. We sit this game 1. We're saying it game 2. Wimdy needs to be there, and he was there huge. Also, they ate the entirety of Demonic Ascension. I fully agree with you. I did not like the idea of Wimby jumping in there, but it was for the greater good. They didn't lose any anybody on that play. Archer got low, but didn't actually die. And I'm not including Jabuki. I'm talking about the 4v5 team fight after that. Nobody in Okanagan dropped. They got low, but there's not enough damage just yet. And hey, with that sudden influx of gold, they are suddenly a lot less afraid of that demonic ascension. It's more about Stelly. It's more about Nanobin.
It's also a problem that that Junior has not gotten that Mythic yet, right? The Mythic is actually the scariest part. That burn of percent HP and everything of the sort. The fact that you don't have that available instead went with the Zanyas you're forced to, don't get me wrong. It feels kind of bad. Taking a look on the back end as well, Archer has already completed their own. The Radiant Virtue keeps them alive for so much longer. So all these pieces, like he said, falling into place for this squad. Now they also have 2 dragons to their name. It's evened up with even games across. But you have 4 towers instead. So the adjustments being made by Okanagan are great. But the slow global pressure will reach CSUDH very, very soon.
Sorry, when you say that, you mean CSUDH are going to start putting global pressure down soon? Or you mean like the global pressure of Wimdy just split pushing and playing PvE is going to reach them soon?
I think it's the global pressure of Wimdy, right? It's just the feeling of everything kind of collapsing in on you is more what I meant. I apologize for that one.
No, that's fair. I fully agree with that because that's exactly what Wimdy's doing right now. And I'm looking at who they're sending to match Wimdy, and I am actually terrified for Nanoben right now. Nanoben, this Ashe is never meant to be alone. Junior does amazing work to keep Nanoben alive, but without Junior, suddenly you're vulnerable to everybody. Japoki can dive you, Zishra can one combo you, Wimdy will happily dive you for days. Fake enemies got damage, and so I'm a little bit not liking this. Yeah, there we go. You just go on you.
Hurts. Why do we have to show this? We didn't need to show that, right? Like that's just mean. That's bullying. We don't tolerate bullying here.
No, we have to show that. Thank you, Peter, for proving my words right. That's exactly why you can't leave your Ashe split pushing alone. Okay, not even split pushing. You just can't leave your Ashe alone. Lil Asia out, but taking a lot of damage on the back end. And again, sure, the Kaisa struggles in the team fights, but we did touch on the fact that while Ashe uses enchanted crystal arrows to find picks, Japoki on the Kaisa can manufacture his own picks. Anybody who's alone is potentially a target. Even the Swain.
Even a Swain. I like how you add that on as a little bonus. It's like, even this guy, that was causing me a lot of problems earlier on in the day. I can finally kill him. This feels great. For right now, though, the ward line has been drawn much shorter, but giving a little bit of a breather to CSUDH. They can finally see around some of their bushes. I think that was actually drop while Lil Asia was getting fought on. But Lava Lemonade in that top side is still trying to farm their way up. Currently stuck in a 1.5 item situation. Barely surviving, but you know what? Level 14 might be able to do some work here with the next objectives coming up.
Really, Orbital? Barely surviving?
I try my best. I'm very proud of my work, okay?
Okay, I don't know about, if the gold's going to make a difference here. I don't think it's going to give Okanagan Gold any pause whatsoever. At this point, the Volibear, you're just a meat tank. So I think Lava Lemonade's more just trying to push out that top lane. He's got TP, and that's what we've got to keep in mind. It's less about or funneling gold into the Volibear so much as making sure that you can cover with TP when plays are happening. And for Lava Lemonade, you're just kind of out in, and you're trying to soak as much damage, stop people from reaching Nanoben. It's kind of like game 1, where it's just like, yeah, keep your carries alive, but the only carry who needs to peel this time is your AD carry.
Too real, too true. As we do have another pause here, Archer still dealing with a few of those connectivity issues, which, again, we appreciate trying to get it back in order. And this time around, I will say Archer and Japoki, for what they've done so far, they have impressed me a decent bit, right? They weathered the storm in the early game. It has been difficult. Don't get me wrong. The fact that they had the kind of, I wouldn't say ego very much so, but the confidence to play this, and they're coming out. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's better than I would have played it, right? I think it's doing okay.
I think if you pick a Kaisa into a Swain Ashe, you can't be like, oh, we went even. No. You have to win, Orbital. And
okay.
To be fair to Jaboki, I do think, likewise on the Samira, he's doing a really good job of deciding which fights he wants. So his death count is actually really, really low. Likewise, last game too, even on a Samira, his death count was low. But it's being reflected in his kill. And his kills assistant, his kill participation in general is also quite low. Archer, on the other hand, having a much better time with the Alistar. I think he figured out last game, I don't need to engage. I just need to survive the engage. They will engage onto me. So the Alistar Unbreakable Will is working a lot better than the Solar Flare.
Ooh, well, the most interesting thing right now is the Alistar is actually playing keep away, right? This is on top of a pink ward, by the way. They didn't even stop to try and help out.
Yeah.
The arrow's going to land from far away, but it is going to be taken away.
Solid.
Asia is going to try and get some retribution. They're going to go in with the Cataclysm, but TP a
Lil
little bit
Asia's
too late,
dead.
as that's going to be a kill following through behind.
Wimdy?
Says, I'm here for the fight. They're going to break it out.
Oh,
They're going to look to
my
shred
bad.
everyone. And look at the guys in the back line. Joe Pokey says, I will poke you to death. A double kill behind a triple, I believe, and it is going to be the ace. Well done to Okanagan as they take the kills and the Baron.
Japoki might have landed the pokey, but it ain't Joe Over. Just actually, it might be Joe Over on this push here with Baron buff. 20 seconds on these death timers. I don't know if they can end the Nexus, but they can certainly do a lot of damage. And for Cardinals, that's 2 back-to-back losses in the team fights in a composition where realistically you are just looking to all in. For Cardinals, if they survive, what they're looking for from here on out is just pick. Ash needs to land the arrow, and they need to find it on an isolated target. They can't go 5v5 anymore.
They cannot. Got to go back to the old pick style, and they're praying for an opportunity. However, I was wondering if it was going to be 2 inhibitors. It looks like they're going to try for 3. However, Lil Asia's going to cut them off again. A Cataclysm right off the bat, and a headbutt straight on the back line. But Lil Asia doesn't really have anything else, so has to get back with the team.
That's
because
fine.
The is available just like that. You're sent right back to death, and it's a problem that you never thought you had. Lil Asia is unfortunately watching from the sidelines as the inhibitors fall, Nexus Towers fall as well. In goes Junior into the Zanyas, but that means the rest of your team is fish on a platter. Looking at Stelly, this Diana will die. It's another ace in under a minute as Okanagan will go ahead and finish off the 2-0.
UBC Okanagan goal. If the goal tonight, Orbital, was for them to regain their form, to start winning and improving, I definitely say they met their goal. Because between game 1 and game 2, you saw how different it was. Game 1 got really dicey. It came down to almost basically a backdoor from Wimdy there. Whereas game 2, much cleaner. They knew how to rotate Wimdy to those fights, and they knew, hey, we take these objectives, we fight here and here and here, and Cardinals have to come to us. They win those fights, they win the game.
And taking a look, CSUDH put up a massive fight. Remember, they're playing with subs, and I give them a lot of credit. They made that very interesting and very close. You can actually see in there, even with subs, even with all of the unfortunate situations that occurred, you're sitting there, you're putting up a massive fight. That engage that you were talking about pre-game, pre-series here, it showed in a very big way.
And Lava Lemonade, we talked about the fact that he's subbing in, probably doesn't have as much experience with the team, in a role that might not even be his main role. I honestly don't know what his main role is. He plays a whole bunch of different roles. So up against somebody who specializes, a main in that role. For Okanagan, I thought they were using subs tonight. They didn't. So, props to the Lava Lemonade for stepping up, filling that role, and still being relevant in team fights. The problem was the laning, right? The team fights was still able to have effect. And for the Cardinals, yeah, it's a bit of a rough loss in their second last week when you're trying to gear up for playoffs. But hey, game 1 showed us that this team has a lot of carry potential as well. So, props to them for that. I'm sure they'll continue to do well. Okanagan go, though, they take one more step towards, that first seed position. I think the UH Premier has not lost a game just yet. So first seed might be out of their grasp for now. But second seed is still a possibility for Okanagan.
All right, well, let's see if they can do it. Of course, right now, that is it for the night. It was a fantastic series to end it. RMC, before I send you back home, is there any other thing that you'd like to say about the series or on tonight?
GG, well played. It was a close match. It might be a 2-0, but it was a close match like the teams were calling.
I got to agree with that one. I'm hoping for the same for NA coming in here in just a couple hours, by the way. Make sure to tune into that one. NRG, woo, please send all your energy that way. Right now, though, we are done here tonight on the NECC broadcast. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in here this evening. Tomorrow will be Rainbow Six Siege. Make sure to tune into that at about 5 p.m. EST, or about 6 p.m. I'm not sure. We'll put it out on social media for you. Anyways, I'm going to go get prepped. I got a little bit of energy action to kind of put on and have all the hope because, good Lord, I pray we make it into a little bit further than we usually do. Everyone, have a fantastic night.
Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I fill my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, just go with the flow. falling up, I'm falling down from the sky and from the ground. I burn bright just like balloons.